Truly Tropical is a suburban mango farm in Delray Beach, Florida. We've been here since 1999, but this land has actually been in agricultural use for more than a century. 90% of what we grow are mangoes, lots of varieties of mangoes, but we also grow some other tropical fruit trees. So if you're just joining us now, in part one, we already covered the sales area and the front part of the grove. That includes a lot of mango trees, but then some other tropical fruit trees also. So in this video, we are going to tour the back part of the grove. And for this part of the tour, we're going to have some very special guests helping us go through this area. Some of the faces might be familiar, but then there are also some new faces, some special guests to help us with this area. So in this part of the tour, we are going to see our oldest mango tree, some dragon fruit, and part of our mango development projects. So let's go take a look. Well, today we have Har Mahdeem here to tour some sections of the grove. Now, he is fairly familiar with the grove because he has been helping out at Truly Tropical for many years. And in fact, he has refined and perfected different formulas for spraying mango trees on our mango trees. That was the test cases, and he would come and see how the plants reacted to different formulas. And so he's he has a lot of knowledge. Not only has he been working with mangoes for how many years now? I mean, it seems like an eternity, like 40 years maybe?
Well, some when I was a child, but here in Florida since 1978.
So 1978, that's it's more than a few years, and yeah, he has worked with mangoes in all sorts of capacities, and also some other tropical fruits. So definitely somebody who knows a lot about some of the trees that we have behind us. So hopefully we can get past the non-fruit bearing. This is a ponytail palm, non-fruit bearing tree, but we do have coconut palms and all sorts of other mango trees and other tropical fruit trees back there. So let's go and take a look. I'll just point this one thing out because you might not have noticed this so far. Har doesn't usually hang out around the coconut palms. He's more of the mango guy. But we have a couple of, several coconut palms here. And of course, producing nice coconuts. What is a little bit different is that when the coconut palms get crowded or too tall, what we have been doing is cutting the trees back and actually trying to grow dragon fruit on the trunks. So sort of, even though the trees get too tall, you can't really safely pick the coconuts anymore, they can still have another use.
Yeah, coconut trunks do not sprout out again.
Yep, it's a it's a one cut and done thing.
Decapitation is final.
Yes. So we've got some bloom and small fruit on this tree. This is really quite something. Of course, it's not going to hold all of these fruit. That's too much for that one little branch, but it's nice to see the enthusiasm. This one is lemon meringue or potpourri clay. So it should be an early season, usually is early season variety for us.
I was just walking around other parts of the grove for 15 minutes, trying to check on how soon I need to start spraying again because I had finished spraying all the bloom that was here at the time. A couple weeks ago I finished, But now after the cold weather, as expected, we're getting more blooms, so I will need in the next few days to start spraying again. Right here is where I mix the sprays, set up all the ingredients on the table, and here's the hose, and good spot to fill the tank.
Yeah, works out well.
Yeah, the purposes for spraying the flowers is to provide nutrition directly to the flowers and also to suppress fungi, especially powdery mildew this time of year, and also to suppress anthracnose in warmer weather, wetter weather.
Yeah, so of course all of this fruit is not going to make it to maturity, but it is nice to see the enthusiasm of the tree. Lots of half-inch fruit out on it. And we've got a few other varieties here. This is weird. I think this is an Excalibur, and we've got panicles that where all the flowers died, but this one has small fruit on it.
The tree is too small to hold fruit, so whatever.
Maybe one. Maybe one out of the
It'll stunt the growth if we leave it on.
This is just sort of this was a weird tree. I figured nobody was going to go and say, oh, that really speaks to me, I want to buy it. So what I do in some of those circumstances is plant it because I'm just interested to have a different looking tree every once in a while. So this fits the bill. Definitely different.
What variety is it?
This one is I think it's buttercream. Yeah, buttercream. So buttercream's a very nice variety, and again we have flowers and young fruit, but it is a small tree, so it's possible that it might hold on to one fruit until maturity, but we'll see.
It can hold it. It just won't grow much for the next year. Buttercream is a rather large fruit with an extremely smooth texture in the pulp and very nice flavor.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people who've tasted it really like it. So, we're hoping, this of course is not our only buttercream tree, but it is a recent planting. We didn't get, I don't think that buttercream has been on my radar for a while. I'm not sure when it came out. But nice fruit, and
I think it's been out for half a dozen years or so.
Yeah. So this one here, Srihanta, it was a rather large tree in the pot, and I figured that I might as well put it in the ground because a lot of people don't want to buy a really big tree because they think that planting it would be too much work and such.
What's that name again?
Srihanta, which a lot of people now refer to as raw honey, but the original name is Srihanta.
Yeah, I think I tasted it at Zill's many years ago.
This is one of my plants of interest. This is Aunt Polly. And Aunt Polly is a very unusually shaped, or produces a very unusually shaped mango. It's sort of like a spinning top shape, flat top and then pointed at the bottom. And it's very tasty. One of our customers actually brought the fruit and said, taste this, and we're like, that's good. And so he was suggesting that we call it poly, and I thought that was too confusing with the polyembryonic versus monoembryonic seeds. And so he agreed that Aunt Polly would be a fine name. So that's that's our only Aunt Polly, and we hope she gets growing quickly.
From the famous novel, Tom Sawyer.
Well,
Aunt Polly.
yeah, I guess that's just coincidence or whatever. I was not thinking of that at the time. Right here, we're, I don't know, maybe 3 feet above the surrounding area. Possibly some parts are a little bit higher. And this used to be completely different. Originally, there was like this huge magnolia tree, and there were a lot. It didn't look safe to me. We found around the farm like collections of rattlesnake rattles, and so the kids were fairly young when we were here, and I didn't really want them to find what attached to the rattlesnake rattles. Like it just looked like it was a mess and a perfect place for snakes to hide, and so. I had that cut down, and the kids were not thrilled with that. But now what we had to do, well, first thing we did after cutting down the magnolia tree is plant a lot of coconut palms here. And then the coconut palms got too big, and so we cut back quite a few of them. Yeah. Many examples around the farm of this where the coconut palm got too tall, and so we cut it down and are using it to grow dragon fruit. So the dragon fruit has to have roots in the ground, but then once it gets to the top of wherever, and the plant starts to hang down a little bit is when fruits usually form. So we have like all sorts of varieties of dragon fruit growing around the farm, and so hopefully we get to taste some of the new varieties sometime soon.
So that variety is Kua? Or Kua?
No, it's KVA, which are the initials of the name, which I heard only once, and so I don't know what that is right now.
Yeah, Sonpari is a very tasty variety.
Yeah.
Have you sold any fruit of that here yet?
Yeah, we had a little bit. We sold a little bit over the years, and so we only have one producing tree, and so it's not been something that we've had a lot of fruit from. Hopefully this year's a good one, because yeah, it is a very nice fruit.
I haven't tasted it since 2015 when I picked mangoes at Zill's one summer.
Wow. Here's a cherry tree. We seem to have a lot of them, and they usually are very productive. We've got quite a bit of small fruit on the tree, and so hopefully we still have small fruit after this next cold spell.
Yeah, I'm pleased with the fruit set on it. I did get that sprayed when the flowers were at their maximum. So I like to think that the spray increased the fruit set a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely helps. Sometimes, the weather's perfect and you probably can get away with not spraying, but there's so many mango trees here that we just definitely have to take all of the precautions. Here's
Over that way, there's a Beverly tree in that other part of the grove there that has the most fruits I think I've ever seen on a Beverly young fruit set.
Yeah, last year we had a lot of nice Beverly fruit. That was, of course, it's one of the latest season ones too, which is always nice to have a good tasting fruit at the end of the season. I put this little tree in the ground fairly recently. This is a M4, and of course it
One of my favorites.
bloomed. Yeah, it seems like to be on a lot of people's radar. I've have a branch of it high up in a tree, and that is not ideal for picking. And so I've been trying to get this one to grow, and so that we have a decent supply of reachable M4 fruit. But yeah, very nice.
I describe it as supremely delicious.
Yeah, there's a few varieties that you describe as such. What are some of the other varieties?
Lemon zest, pineapple pleasure, a few others. I won't remember them all off the top of my head, but
Yeah, it's those are good ones for sure. This tree here is I'm assuming it's going to be a late bloomer. I didn't track it last season. I didn't notice when it bloomed, but this is what we call yuzu, and yuzu is a citrus fruit that originated in China, but it really caught on in Japan. And it's, the flavors that are in that fruit, which I've never tasted, but the people who tasted this fruit, some of the people had tasted that same, the yuzu fruit, and said that the flavors in this were similar to the yuzu, so that's why we named it that. It is a tree that originated here, so it's not like we're renaming something out there. This is the first tree of yuzu mango.
when did you name it?
I think that was late last season.
Because I had always just seen a place description as
Yeah.
Upper Mound something or other.
Yeah, EOQ. It was EOQ for a while, and then that came into the yuzu, became the name. I think it was last year. But yeah, so far no bloom on it, but it does look like it's poised to bloom. I think this is looks like a bloom that is wanting to emerge. So I'm guessing that in another couple weeks it will be full of bloom.
And from this angle, you can see a bunch of nice small fruit up there. That's a new graft you put on that tree, isn't it?
Yeah.
It used to be choking on, but that isn't anymore.
Oh, there's parts that are chocolate right here.
Yeah.
And but we did add some varieties to this. I mean, choconon is a nice fruit, but there's all these other varieties that we have to, work into the grove. And so this was a top work project a few years ago, I think, because it's come along pretty well. So I've got some fruit here. This should all be choconon. This is all in the same branch in this area. Look at these purple stems. This is like the panicles are really distinctive. Just everyone is this just beautiful color. This, I believe, is 015. And 015 is a seedling of Jakarta, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, but I think it's, sorry to offend anybody, but I think it's much better than Jakarta. It's just really a nice mango.
It's for sure really good. Being better than Jakarta is kind of hard. Jakarta's one of my top ones, too. Top preferences.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to have some sort of, like tasting thing sometime and get people's ratings of the different, of a small group of mango varieties. Because, there's just a lot of really nice mangoes. And of course, the flavor of any variety can vary a little bit year to year. So sometimes, there's a variety that has a really, really spectacular year, and then the next year would be, it's good, but not great.
And I don't think I've ever had a side-by-side tasting of Jakarta and 015.
So we'll
have you?
I have not. Yeah, we'll have to try and do that sometime this next season.
Maybe the season doesn't quite overlap or something.
A lot of fruit up there. How would you rate the productivity. I guess we don't really know until we pick the fruit how productive it is, because a lot of these small fruit will drop.
They will, yes. But that's a tremendous fruit set right now. And it's probably going to flower some more yet on a few of the other branches. So
Yeah.
on this tree, we certainly haven't had a heavy crop like that before.
So, you recognize this variety? I'm not sure if you were picking that tree before.
Well, the tree was the same as a couple of those down there.
Yeah, this used to be a cogshull, I believe.
Yes, cogshull. But
And-
I know you did something to the tree.
Yes, it is not cogshull fruit hanging here. Yeah, I believe I converted this to lemonesh, and so we should have a lot of, hopefully, a lot of lemonesh fruit this season.
Here on the leaf, we can see some spray residue. So I sprayed with sulfur, mixed with copper and seaweed extract and several other things, micronutrients. And so you can see some of it left on the leaves.
Now, will the leaves absorb some of the nutrition through them?
Yeah, every time the leaves get dew on them, they can absorb a little more of the nutrients that stayed on the surface. They do absorb better from the bottom side, though. The top of the leaves is so waxy.
That'd be sort of tough to spray the bottom leaves.
Yeah, and I really wasn't spraying the tree so much for nutritional purposes. I didn't get in here and spray the bottoms of the leaves all through the trees. I was just spot spraying the bloom out here. Hi, Lola.
So this tree has a history. Of course, it's a sapodilla, but it was, we used to have some big trucks coming through here, dumping sand, for instance. When somebody had a pool put in, they would like to dump sand. And so this one got like run over when it was rather small. And it's a sapodilla, it's a llano, and we stood it back up, and it is just happy. It's got a lot of flowers now, and it's got some small fruit. We're a long way from this fruit being ready, but
People claim that it fruits year-round. I've never actually seen that, but it fruits many months of the year.
Yeah, I did pick one sapodilla fruit recently that was ready, but nothing else on the tree was. It was, it's odd that, because with mangoes, most of the tree is on the same schedule, but at least in this case, the sapodilla was just like, there was one. And I thought, it can't just be one. And so I looked over everything, and there was just one.
You going to talk about some more of your babies here?
Well, this one, I heard that from Walter Zill that a complaint people had about the apricot mango is that it didn't grow true to seed. Every time you planted a seed, it would be, or true to the parent plant, it would be different from the original apricot. And to me, that sounded like an opportunity to see what would actually, what type of fruit that would produce. Because, we have a lot of mango trees around, and so it seems like the pollen from another tree might get to it, and you might have an interesting cross. So anyway, that's a long way from fruiting.
Is apricot mango something Walter Zill came up with, or is that an old heirloom type of mango?
No, it actually was, he was at some sort of meeting or something, I think at Old School Square in Delray Beach a long time ago, and he came across a few women that were talking about mangoes, and so of course his ears perked up, and they said like this was the best mango, and he's like, no, there's so many other mangoes, and they're like, no, this one's the best. And so he was a few blocks away from where the tree was they described, and so he went and got some budwood, or actually scion or something, to graft onto one of his trees. And it's so he that tree, the original tree, was on a lot that was empty, and shortly after he got this particular variety growing at his place, they cut down the tree and built a house. And so anyway, it's very fortunate that we have the apricot mango, because that was the only one available, or that existed, I should say.
It's the first I've heard of it.
So. Yeah, this, I keep hoping for flowers here. This is something that's never fruited, so we're hoping for flowers later this season. This one, however, does have some small fruit on it. This is the Savarna, and it seems to it seems like it might be able to support a fruit, but it is rather young still. So we'll see.
And one of your grafts taken there.
Yeah, this was an experiment. I had a bunch of seeds I put into this one small area to see like what varieties they might grow. They were all seedling plants, and that was several years ago. It turns out that at least a few of those, at least two of them, were varieties that we already had. There was no cross-pollination or anything, and so that was so basically this whole all of these trees didn't produce any fruit that was interesting to me. And so what I did was start to top work it. So I've got several grafts around, and I recently cut back some of the growth that was shading the grafts, because I figured they'll grow faster with sunshine. And so there's many of these grafts around, and it is from the yuzu plant. Whenever I get an interesting variety, I try to have it establish it somewhere else in another tree, in case something happens to the original.
So the yuzu one is the second tree over. What's this one that is blooming some?
This is a seedling tree that I grafted a few things on. So there's not much bloom, but there's a few. So you can see on this the remnants of buddy tape there. So that's why we only have a few of the branches that are blooming, is because
almost every branch is starting to bloom right now.
Yeah, that one. So, it's
or new growth. One of the other.
Yeah, maybe mixed bloom. I don't know. But yeah, we'll have to see. Certainly, it helps inspire the other parts of the tree to bloom once some section starts blooming. I thought you might be the perfect person to talk about this. Unfortunately, it's not looking at its best. This past season was a nice season for this. So I'm not sure if it was the cold. I've been watering it pretty regularly, but that is something that you were responsible for indirectly.
Yeah, so I hear. It is an atemoya. Atemoyas are hybrids between sugar apple and Andean cherimoyas, or Peruvian cherimoyas. And this is probably the tastiest tastiest atemoya that I've ever eaten. Even though I've bred quite a few atemoya varieties myself when I was working at Zill's, this one, which supposedly I bred also at Zill's, tasted better than all the ones we actually recognized what the exact sources were. So there were more plants resulting from my breeding work at Zill's. You know, there's so many seeds that we planted that it was more than there would be room for in the field to plant out and grow and taste the fruit. So we just used some of the seedlings for rootstock. And Bob and Vivian Murray of the old Treehouse Nursery on Pine Island bought an atemoya, I guess, grafted onto this and planted it on their property. And the graft apparently died, and the rootstock suckered up, and they allowed it to grow. And it fruited for the first time in 1997. And it was their first selection from that year, so they called it 97-1. And now Miss Chris has started calling it Murray, you know, their surname, in honor of them.
Yep. It's a, it's a fairly small fruit, but as you know, it's like more like has more chirimoya than the other atemoyas. In one of the other, I wanted to also mention that one of the other varieties that you came up with was Lisa.
Yes.
And that's a very popular variety.
Yes. Yeah, this Murray, the fruit are small and ugly, and at least under this growing condition, very few fruits. So not a lot of good to say about it, except that the flavor is phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's a lot firmer than the other atemoyas that I'm familiar with anyway. So it's, it has more of the consistency of the chirimoya.
Some more of your babies to talk about?
Yeah, we have some. Oh, look at that. We do have a couple of fruit hanging. I didn't see these before. So this is the Murray atemoya here. We have the ones that didn't develop from last season that don't look quite as delicious as this other one.
Mummified.
Yeah.
Quite a few mummified ones.
Yep, there are. And that is, I don't know how much more I can water this. I mean, I apparently missed some season on the watering because we have a lot of these fossil records, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the more complicated things to describe to people what happens, because there are many distinct causes of mummification. It can be from not enough boron and zinc, or as she says, not enough water, or it can be because Annona seed borers lay too many seeds. Too many eggs in the seeds. If they lay eggs in just a few of the seeds, the fruit continues to develop. But if all the seeds have eggs in them, the plant somehow perceives that that's no good, and it cuts off the supply at the stem, and the fruit mummifies. And also, if there are any injuries on the young fruit, like from banging around in the wind or birds pecking on them or whatever, and fungi or bacteria get into the fruit, especially fungi, that will mummify the fruit as well.
So, yeah, it's definitely I'll try some different strategies this year, and hopefully we can get this looking better. But
If we severely prune it so it's not so twiggy, that would help.
yeah,
And like 3 weeks from now would be the perfect time to do that, mid-February.
so this one was a gift actually to me. This is a Mahmood Vikarabad.
What?
Mahmood Vikarabad. I'm if I'm saying that incorrectly, I apologize to.
I've never heard it and don't know what language it is, so I've got no suggestions.
I believe it's from India, originally, but I could be wrong. But yeah, it's a very nice fruit. We only got a very small, I think maybe 2 very small fruit this past season. It's not been in the ground for that long.
But it looks sturdy enough to hold a couple of fruit.
Yeah. So this little one is peach cobbler, which is one of Gary Zill's varieties, of course. And we have remnants of flowers around, and so far just one fruit. But I'm seeing that there's some bloom that is about to come out of some of these tips here. And so hopefully we'll get some fruit from this tree this year. Oh, yes, the old, yeah. So this is a variety that you ought to try. It's OTT, ought is the variety. This came from Homestead area, and planted that, and it looks like it's gonna at least bloom. Hopefully they'll produce some fruit. Don't really know about it. I hopefully will be able to tell you all sorts of things about it after mango season or during mango season. But yeah, it came recommended to me, and I thought, sort of liked the name.
Remember who recommended it?
I think that was Julian down in
At Lara Farms.
Lara Farms, yeah. This one has just got tons of fruit. Of course, it's not going to. Oopsie, there we go. A panicle that didn't want to stay on the tree. So yeah.
Illegible, huh?
No, it's gave me enough of a clue. This is Monty, and that's one of the varieties that originated here. Called it Monty because originally it was just referred to as mound, and that didn't sound right. So Monty is like got the spirit of the mound or a small.
From the front mound.
Yes, from the front mound. Yes. So anyway, it's setting all sorts of fruit, upper and lower branches. This whole area has 0 fruit on it. The trees that are in the ground down here, and these are all lemon meringue seedlings. So I just put a bunch of seeds in the ground, and hopefully in a few years we'll get something that's different from lemon meringue but still delicious.
10 seedlings scrunched together.
Yep, I know, it's survival of the fittest in some regards. This is just a seedling that I've been putting grafts on, and unfortunately most of them did not take because of the weather. I think timing was bad, but I'm going to use this as a top work situation, just try out different varieties on the tree.
So you top worked that just before the first cold spell back in November?
Yeah, it seems like that was about the timing, but yeah, so timing is everything. But yeah, it's you know got a nice root system and everything, so it shouldn't be as reliant on weather in the future. But it definitely didn't work out well for the first round of grafts.
Yeah, it's unpredictable that time of year. It can work wonderfully and it can just suddenly not work. I did some grafts in the first week of December down in Plantation, and I told the customer, this is probably bad timing, but we got lucky.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So this area used to be all coconut palms, and as you can tell, there's a little bit of repurposing of the trunks here. The this particular tree was very tall, and wanted to cut down because it was way too dangerous to get the coconuts from, and this cut actually was at an angle this way, which made the top of the tree fall. And this is the result of the top of the tree falling. This used to be a swing set. I'm sure we could still use part of it as a swing set, but yeah, this was the other end of it, and the tree, the top of the coconut hit somewhere here, and it has rearranged the metal a little bit.
A massive swing set.
Yeah.
For a whole grade school.
Yeah, that's the whole, this is sort of a historical thing, because the grade schools, many years ago, all used to have this type of a swing set. And it's, very sturdy, but doesn't hold up to large chunks of coconut palm falling on it.
Yeah, that side of the lemon ring is just blooming profusely.
Yeah, I believe this comes from the other tree here.
Yeah.
So these are seedlings here, not blooming. And then this is way over, from the tree that is, like 15 feet or so away. This is the end of the branch, and lots of bloom on that. Lemon meringue is often, one of the first varieties, but it really is dependent on the weather and the timing of the bloom and all that kind of thing. And so, we're hoping for a good crop early from the lemon meringue, but we'll just have to see.
Yeah, for some reason they all seem to wait on the blooming this year.
Yeah.
A lot of other things that normally bloom after the lemon meringue bloomed well before.
So there's a few other things that I've put in this area. Just because of the coconut palms being gone, it sort of gives this area more light, and so I put some mango trees in. This one is Giselle, which is a variety that Gary Zill came up with, and it's named after his wife. So that's one of them, and I put a few mango trees around.
Besides the fruits being tasty, it's pretty.
This is St. Maui. Has a little bit of a sort of a
mower damage driving by?
I don't think it's mower, but I'm guessing that maybe it's suddenly got a lot of water, maybe a big rain or something, and it split that. The way it sort of is not a straight line. It's not. I think if a mower hit it, it would be more horizontal. But anyway, hopefully it all works out. We get St. Maui down the road. Very nice variety. Of course, we have a St. Maui tree in another part of the grove, so it's not like there's too much pressure on that tree to perform, but it would be nice to have more of that fruit. This tree is just a seedling tree, but I trimmed it back in order to graft stuff on it. And so everything that is grafted on this tree, at least as far as I recall, is a lemon meringue seedling. Now, some of the grafts didn't take, but most of them did. And this is one that took, that I have to trim the rest of, of the tree down. Here's the graft here, was attached to the branch here, and it's growing. And so this part of the tree is really no longer needed. It certainly, there's a lot of leaves all over the tree, so it's not going to be starved. So got that. This one doesn't look like it took. Sometimes, like this part that is actually connected to the tree, that's where the union is, that is, like I scratched through the buddy tape, it's still alive. So I'm going to keep that on there, and maybe, it's not probable, but maybe that will still start producing some leaves. But yeah, there's definitely a lot that are successful here. This one is all grafted. That's shooting up very tall. This one is a success. So definitely some more opportunities on the tree to graft more, but we do have a handful that have taken. Just another seedling mango. Haven't decided what to do with that one yet. This is sort of a experimental tree kind of thing. It's a seedling, and what I've been doing is just grafting onto it, and it's going to be years, but eventually, hopefully, we can taste new varieties from this. I'm not like overly optimistic that anything's going to be like the ultimate mango, but I am looking for different flavors in mangoes and that kind of thing. So this tree is just you know full of grafts that you know hopefully each branch will produce fruit at approximately the same time, and we'll be able to compare it, but still it could be years away.
And are they all related seedlings that you grafted onto it?
I believe so. I am trying for some, I mean, Zilando Chinese is a very good mango. I mean, I like that a lot. And I think that many of the grafts that I put on were from Zilando Chinese seedlings. So I don't know if we'll have a new variety or if it's just going to be more Zilando Chinese. This is a plant that I did similarly, except for not the same variety. Not sure which variety I've actually grafted onto that, so it'll be fun to try the the fruit, but it's again years away from producing.
If you were to graft the immature seedlings onto a tree that already flowered, you would get sooner flowering on the grafts.
Yeah, my thought process is that these are fairly old trees. They've been in ground without the grafts for years, and so I thought that it wouldn't be too long of a wait, but we'll have to see on that. This is a seedling partially grafted or top worked with Monty. Monty is one of our varieties also and very popular, so I wanted to have it in another area. And then here, of course, is a huge jackfruit. tree, and it does produce fruit. I'm, you know, I'm much more loyal to mangoes than jackfruit, but it seems like, I mean, I haven't seen anything so far this year on the tree, but yeah.
So you have some pothos. The other name is the vine from hell. They're so pretty in little pots in the windows, but when you let them get going in the garden, it's hard to deal with.
Yeah, I sort of thought that this tree would be, be able to handle it. It's got lots of sunshine and such, and the thing about that vine.
Oh, you planted it here on purpose.
Well, I think it sort of appeared, and the leaves, once it starts climbing, get to be much bigger than like the nice little plant that you buy in the nursery, and but the leaves, as the plant starts to climb, they get quite large.
They'll get a lot bigger than that.
So I wasn't seeing any big fruit, but here is a little fruit and a little fruit wannabe here. Actually, two fruit there, and then this tiny fruit.
Male flowers, I think.
Oh, you think those flowers?
Yeah, those are male flowers. This one's starting to produce pollen. And when they finish producing pollen, then they mold right on the tree, and then when they fall on the ground, they look like dead mice. So that's one of the more frequent questions that the Extension Service gets from people starting to grow tropical fruit trees. And that's how come, the jackfruit flowers are molding and falling off. That's normal for the male flowers. And you couldn't have, a fruit out in this little branch anyway, so that's an appropriate place for the male flowers. The female fruits need to be on thick wood.
Well, here's of course, another mango tree. Got all sorts of trees in pots. We've got, oh, wait, careful. Got this one here. And this is a East Indian tree, and it's actually got little fruit on it. It's not very big, but hopefully it will get bigger, and in a couple of years it will be easy to pick the fruit. We do have East Indian in a different part of the grove, but it is sort of mashed into an area with a lot of other varieties, and it's hard to keep track of it. And this will be easier to keep track of, but it still has a lot of growing to do.
Less prone to disease in a more open spot.
Yeah.
From here, I'm looking at all those fruit on the Mahachonok up there.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
crazy. Hundreds of them. It's, of course, not going to hold all the fruit, but it's very enthusiastic. Then we have all sorts of potted plants. This is an area that is mostly 7-gallon pots. We have another area that's mostly 7-gallon pots, and we try and group them together so that it's easy to water and keep track of them. So that's this story here. Some of the trees have lost their tags, but most of them have not. But it's just trying to. Some of the plants I want to plant in the grove, but most of these are for sale, and so you sort of have to guess what is going to be on the customer's mind as far as what they want to plant. So I try and carry as many of the varieties as possible, but it seems like there's always somebody that comes up with a variety that you've already run out of or something like that. So It's a constant challenge. So here's one of my project trees. It was sort of a weird seedling as far as I can tell. And so I grafted orange sherbet. So from here up is orange sherbet. And there's these other branches over here that spell opportunity. And one of the things that Har does is graft, and grafts for people who have just a few trees and some for fairly large collections. And so what might you think about doing with this branch here? It's got two good spots to graft onto.
Well, this that's reasonably upright is the best spot to graft. I would probably put the graft right here on this shiny, smooth, fresh wood that's well hardened up, but not, old like this. I could also put another graft here with a curved piece of graft wood so that the tip of it is going up, and that could grow okay also. We don't get a lot of good success, grafting something that's nearly horizontal, and of course worse is if it's pointed down. We just skip grafting on pointing down branches.
One of the strategies that some people use is especially if you want a perfect looking tree or branch, and you are not that confident in your grafting skills, is you start out further away from the branch and you can work your way back in. All of this area is potential area to graft onto. Some of it's easier than others. So
one can also cut this off clear down here and immediately cut into the bark and pull the bark away from the wood a little bit and stick a graft in there. That can work wonderfully, and it's a better position, but the number of grafts that I do that way that live are way fewer than these others that I described.
Yeah, this is so old here that it does make it more challenging. The smaller branches are newer, more flexible. It seems to work out better even with you don't, I mean the green branches that are probably the easiest, but this is not that much different age-wise.
Yeah.
And so that can work out real well too.
I do quite a few cocktail mango trees for people in their yards. So we can put 4 varieties or even more sometimes on one tree that's not too big yet, but is well established in the ground.
Yeah, it's there are a lot of people who want or don't have a lot of space but want a lot of varieties. So cocktail tree is a good way of going in that circumstance.
And they often want to get them from nurseries, but frankly, it's a much harder job to do in pots. It can be done sometimes, but it's more challenging. Once the trees are established in the ground, it's much easier.
Yeah, it's like when you do plant a tree in the ground, it does take a little bit of care to get it established. But after that, it's very little, if any, care, to keep it alive. Sometimes we have extreme heat or something that might damage a tree, but if it's older, then it seems to survive through it. So yeah, this is our biggest our black sapote tree that makes the biggest fruit. The Berniker, right?
Where did you get it from?
Well, I thought that it started off as a regular black sapote, and that I might have gotten some craft wood from you.
Well, mine is the Reinecke.
Reinecke, yeah, that's.
There is a Bernecker variety, but I don't know that I've ever tasted it. But I've always heard about it.
Yeah, that's if for some reason they're in the same file in my brain.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have nice fruit forming right here. That's for sort of typical the shape and size. But it's I think I'll leave it on the tree a little bit longer. But yeah, a few around the tree, and the tree is getting too big. So after we have this season of fruit, have to trim some of the height off of the tree.
And we did put gypsum around it this year, and that helped improve the crop. Black sapote is very sensitive to calcium deficiency as far as production. The plant can look beautiful but not produce anything if it's deficient in calcium. And calcium sulfate, which is gypsum, fixes that very well.
Yeah, and you also had a lot of success at another time with the white sapote, with gypsum and the K-mag, and just had a fabulous crop after you did that. So this tree I think is a seedling of pettigrew. Does that look?
I was just going to say the foliage looks like something like pettigrew.
Yeah, yeah. It's pettigrew is one of my favorites, and so I apparently planted a seed years ago, and I have noticed like one flower spike on this tree. But I'm not sure if we'll get any fruit this year, but it gives me hope for next year.
Mentioned that's a bee hole.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of pollinators, fortunately, and also, word of caution, this is like maybe a 100-gallon, 150-gallon pot. It's big, and it got turned upside down, and now it is home to some bees. So they're going through these little drain holes as there's little secret entrance.
So the pot is no longer available for your previous plans.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have any plans for it, and I can say for sure this was not a plan.
Yeah, but it's worthwhile.
Yeah, it's nice to have the pollinators, but if I ever move this, I think I'll do it in the dead of night, because bees, as far as I know, they're attracted to carbon dioxide, and also to frenetic movement, like you're running away from them, is also, they try to catch up with you. And so this has not been a problem, but I have also not disturbed it at all.
There's one of those special fruit trees there with those big leaves.
Yeah, I do grow falsa, and that's falsa from India. Very, they think they call it sherbet berry also, and it's a nice fruit tree. It's something different. It has a berry type of fruit when it does fruit. This is not in fruit right now, but very large leaves, and yeah. It's definitely something that I like to grow. I'm never going to gain any weight by eating the fruit, but they're very tasty.
And it seems as though you started these like 10 or 12 years ago. Very slow growing.
Yeah, they're not as slow growing as many types of fruit trees, but you know, when you watch them all the time, it definitely seems very slow. Okay, so here is our pickering tree, and
Even though it's very crowded here, it produces quite a few fruit. And usually with no disease problems on the fruit.
This is just a seedling here. Well, what I did years ago is plant a lot of mango trees in this area, in part to sort of absorb the north wind. If we have a cold north wind, it protects the potted trees that are on the other side of this hedge kind of situation. So, ideally they produce fruit and provide protection, but some of them are a little bit young, some of them are seedlings, and so those won't be producing fruit for a while unless I top work them. So our last tree here is Jakarta, and one of the interesting things about this particular situation is that this tree is on a different schedule than the other Jakarta trees that we have in the grove. And in fact, the other Jakarta trees in the grove are on a different schedule from each other. So there's like microenvironments and such that will, and the stage of growth that the particular tree is in when the cold weather happens, all sorts of factors that influence the timing.
So this one is west facing. It's near this gravel road on this side, and on the other side, the roots receive the watering in the shade house. So all three of those factors are different from the other two trees in the grove.
And, of course, as was the case with many of the trees we just looked at, there's different stages on the same tree. We've got, like mature bloom with fruit set, younger bloom, and emerging bloom. And it's just...
Most of the tree has no bloom on it so far.
Yeah. So it is nice to not get all of your fruit at the same time, but it's something that we have to just keep checking the tree to see what's ready to pick, because if you pick a fruit too early, there's no saving it. But anyway, thanks very much, Har, for helping us get through this part of the grove. All of your insight on the different tree situations was very helpful.
And fun.
So today, Paul has stopped by for a little tour of sort of the northwest part of the grove. And so I'm glad you were able to come today. The weather's perfect. And so let's go take a look at it.
I'm really excited to check it out. Thank you.
Sounds good. This is the north fence of the property. And along this entire stretch, we used to have lychee trees. There was an Aranos mite out. You had to spray every 2 weeks with sulfur in order to keep them at bay. And I knew that I was not able to do that. And so we cut down the lychee trees and planted, of course, mango trees mostly. And they've been doing real well. In some cases, I planted seedling trees and then grafted onto them once they got established. And in other cases, I planted ones that were already grafted. But this is, I should point out one thing that is not moving. Right here, this is a fingersop tree. Fingersop does not transplant well. It's very slow to grow. It's a wonderful fruit. It's a pretty bush type tree. But if you have it in one place and you want to put it somewhere else, don't do that.
I have a question. Can I ask questions?
Sure.
You said in some place you planted seedlings and grafted on top of them. I know one of your reasons for normally planting seedlings is to see how they turn out first, and then if they're not good, graft on them. So why not just plant a grafted tree if you're just going to have a seedling and then graft on them later?
Well, this is sort of the Darwin area of the grove, you might say. This is survival of the fittest. They do not get water, with a hose or any irrigation system. And so if you plant a seed and it survives, then it's got the root system that can support a graft. And so that's usually what has happened here. And, it just seems to work out. Like, you can see I tried here to put on a scion, but it was not successful. But, this this area here is this another seedling that I grafted onto, and we've got some flowers this year.
When you say you grafted onto them, are they cocktail trees or they're just one graft on the tree to change the whole thing?
Well, it sort of depends. I just mix it up, I guess. This one, I think that this is one variety and only this area. I mean, leaves look very similar around here. Possibly just one variety, but this one area of the tree is only one that is fruiting, or flowering, I should say. We're hoping. So we've got like 5 panicles going here. It's possible that these side of the tree will still produce flowers, but it's hard to say right now if that's really going to be the case.
Is it your goal to have a hedge here like on the other side?
Yeah. As you remember from ages ago, hedges are nice, but I feel like you can have a working hedge. And so, there's some of the plants that did not survive, and I'll be, like replanting, and so that I can graft onto some possibly more established trees. There's definitely spaces in between the mango trees, but it's pretty easy to add. This, as I said, was what used to be all lychee, and so we are working around the different stumps. Lychee is such a hard wood that it's not like you can wait for it to decay. This is, this is going to be here for, maybe 100 years. It's really hard wood. This is an area that from mango tree, but then I sometimes put canistel around because I'm a fan, and so that's a little canistel tree, and some more areas where the little seedlings didn't survive, so plant more seeds or seedlings there. Another canistel, and then we get back into mango. And this large mango here, this is a Marco. And Marco is one of our varieties, really nice variety, very popular. And whenever I have a new variety, I want to make another tree somewhere as a sort of an insurance policy. And so this is Marco, the insurance policy for me. And, again, we have some more seedlings here. And some of them have little grafts on them and some don't. It's what I was originally intending to do for the whole hedge. I think this is dwarf Hawaiian. And I top worked the tree with dwarf Hawaiian because, of course, it's a popular fruit, but also the tree is smaller or has a slower growth habit than most of the other varieties. Got that.
So those are 2 trees right there.
Pardon me?
Those are 2 trees.
Yeah, they sort of, I was going to plant things very close together here, and we sort of, have a lot of areas to fill in. I was hoping to have, an entire mango hedge here, and it's in progress, but it's not there yet. So when we really get serious about it, we'll wait until, of course, after the fruit come off, and then trim the trees so that they're more 2-dimensional, and then hopefully get some seedlings to grow in between the trees. one, the flowering part, this is a seedling tree that I grafted part of. Flowering part here, I believe, is nectar of Neptune. Love to hear it.
What's it called?
Nectar of Neptune.
Is that one of your new varieties?
Oh, it's a Richard Campbell variety.
Oh, I haven't heard of that one. Wow.
So we're passing this part on some of these. It's in the back of this tree, and it looks like more North Hawaiian. But yeah, so this whole tree here got top work to North Hawaiian.
So the trees aren't in a straight line here because one's close and one's back there. So they're going zigzags as well.
Yeah, there's some zigzagging going along. Part of it is this, like size of the tree and also the timing of when it was planted. Like sort of modified course every once in a while. More than once. This is the only thing that is grafted on this tree. I haven't done that in original here, but eventually, and sometimes soon, actually. Right. So I think I've got any other. Go to the new. Right.
What variety is that?
Well, it looks like it might be North Hawaiian again. That was sort of my theme going in this area, but it's hard to say from that.
Well, you wrote it on the branch there, right? Straight in front of you?
Well, this was for another graph.
Okay, got you.
I sometimes will mark things, and then sometimes they don't take, and so then I have a little mark on there. Yeah, some other variety, obviously, because the panicles are a different color.
So if the panicles are a different color, that means it's a different variety?
Yeah, it is also, it has to be sort of at the same stage because the panicle will change colors at different state, as it matures and such. And so you want to get something that's sort of the same age, but it does look like it's a similar age and it's a much lighter, sort of a pinkish color to the stem of the panicle.
I have a question. Is putting more than one variety on a tree stunt the growth of the tree at all as it's growing, or?
No, not really, because the tree is getting its resources from, of course, the ground, but also the leaves, producing the food for the tree, and so I don't think there's any.
Because I did hear with an avocado, if you have more than one variety on there, they don't perform as well as they've been. That was the only variety on there, but
yeah.
With mangoes, you don't know that to be true?
Right, it's not true with mangoes, definitely true with avocado.
Okay.
This is a plant that used to be the same as this tree here, and this is a very productive tree, and so I didn't need to have two of that. And so what I did was I grafted steak mango on it. And I don't know if you happened to see that video, but there was up in the toward the front of the farm, there was sort of a weird look. I was looking through all these potted plants, and there was a stake holding, making sure that the plant was going to be growing straight. And on top of the stake was a mango that had fallen from a tree, a taller tree behind it. And so, I was saying, putting it out there, like, I don't know what to call this mango. And they're like, some of the viewers said, call it steak mango. And so that's why this is steak mango. It's a nice variety. But again, it was only one tree up front that was producing it. So this is the backup tree. And this is, a smaller fruit, very sweet, very productive. You don't really have a name for it. I think it might not be named. It might not be a cultivar. It might be a seedling that started to flower after years of being in the ground. So it is, as I said, very sweet, smaller type fruit. Right? clues on this one. Yeah, see, here's a panicle from last year, and another panicle here. Oh, there's some flowers on the very top. So, since this one is not marked, we will be barking it after mango season, or during mango season. We try to mark as many trees as possible because it just makes, like organizing the fruit so much easier. This is, seems to be a season tree. I will probably cut it back severely, possibly right about here, and then top work it after that.
Do the seedling trees have a different growing characteristic than non-seedling, or does it all depend on the cultivar?
Yeah, it depends on the cultivar. Some things are slow. Julie's always going to be slow. And then there's other ones that are always going to be.
I think jackfruit trees always grow, pretty much seedlings grow straight up and skinny, usually. But mangoes, it's all different, right?
Yeah, and it also depends on conditions that it's kept in and stuff. It's
Gotcha.
It's hard to make a broad generalization. This is a tree. This used to be carpe diem. It still is, but we have a fair number of carpe diem trees. And so this one I cut back, and I'm going to top work because we need some more of certain varieties still, and so that's why it sort of looks crazy. So you might be wondering why we have packing material here. And that was because fairly recently this tree was very large, and I decided to cut it back and possibly top work it. And so when you cut it back, all these leaves are new. There were really nothing that really shaded this area. It's mostly horizontal, gets a lot of direct sun. And so what I do in that circumstance, first thing I did was I just put one of the branches that I cut off of this tree on top of here, because the leaves will just, protect the bark for a while. I did that, but then one of the people that helps with the grove thought it looked messy and took it down. He didn't realize that there was a method to my madness. So then plan 2, or B, was using this packing material, and I just wrapped it around this area. Now it has leaves. Now there's lots of sap flowing through the trees. But earlier on, this was helpful in protecting against sun.
What if it rains and you have that on? Will it just?
It doesn't. It's not like Kleenex or something. It's pretty tough. So it would just get wet.
Now a lot of people, what I've learned is when you do that, so the tree doesn't get sunburned, is to paint.
Yeah, a lot of people do that, but I just prefer to do a temporary thing. We do put some paint on trees, but usually to identify the variety. And this seems to work out in this situation.
Gotcha. So that'll block the sun. Good idea. Can you use this on grafts, like to cover up the graft so it doesn't get too much sun? Would that be good to use as well?
Yeah, you could do that. Of course, you want to leave, the tip of the scion exposed to sunlight. A lot of times what I do when I top work is I'll look for a place that is somewhat protected from the direct sun to graft. And so then you can just walk away and let it do its thing.
Just walk past this big variety here. This is probably the biggest one of the big.
I definitely need to come back and trim these after the fruiting season because they are getting too big. But yeah, this is these are some flowers, and there's not a whole lot of flowers going on here. This one here, happens to most of this tree is Sussy Love, so a very popular variety.
Sussy Love. This is the north wall of your property?
Yes.
So the sun's coming from that end behind me?
Yeah, this time of year it does, it is set lower down.
If people are going to do a hedge like this, is there a direction you recommend planting them to get the benefits of full sun?
I don't really use that. I mean, there certainly could be, and you don't want to have something next to a huge tree. The trees on this side are getting rather large, but I don't want to trim them back until after the fruit. They will come down to, probably about 6 feet tall, all of those trees, and then they bounce back pretty quickly. But you don't want to have the trees get so tall that they're continuously blocking the sun.
Oh, it's this way. Would it have less benefit or full benefit from the sun? Is it individually based on where the person has all the trees, or is it based where the sun is? Like, is it best to have this facing northern exposure, southern exposure, from a sun standpoint?
Well, there's not a set distance as far as I can tell. It's simply that, we have trees on the north side of this path here, and those can't get too big because they'll block too much sun. It's not that these trees will die because they'll get some sun, but they just won't be as productive. Yeah, this is just sort of an experimental area in here. Have a few seedling mangoes that I'm growing out. Then we have 2 longan. We used to have a lot of longan, but we're down to 2 because these varieties were the only ones that produced for us. We had just, a lot of varieties of longan, and the 2 varieties are Buku and Baidum. And so the Baidum sounds like a slur, but it's spelled B-A-I, and so it's not like the B-U-I thing, and, being not aware consumer or whatever. So anyway, those trees we kept because of their productivity. The other varieties didn't seem to produce well, and unfortunately, we still have a little bit of work to do. We cut the other longans down, and this is evidence that there's still a very healthy root system because it is just sprouted out. So we'll just have to keep knocking down those until, eventually you can starve the roots that way. And, here's another addition to this area. This whole area from that longan tree to the fence down there, used to be all longan, and it's not that easy to get rid of the trees, but in the time that, during the time that we are trying to get rid of the trees, we're also planting other trees that we want here. And so, of course, lots of mangoes, and, who doesn't love a good homegrown banana?
What kind of variety is this? Pretty low.
I think this is dwarf Namor.
Okay.
And some more longan stuff that has to get cut back, and of course black sapote. This I don't believe is grafted. I just like black sapote against the white fence that the neighbors had. It's a different color green.
So that's a seedling black sapote.
Yeah.
Any fruit yet?
No, not yet, but eventually it should fruit, and if we don't like the fruit, we can always graft another variety onto it.
I just discovered black sapotes can be eaten frozen. Absolutely amazing. Did you know that?
Yeah, I guess just about any fruit can be, but that would there's more air kind of thing in the fruit itself, and so it probably wouldn't be as hard when it gets frozen as a lot of other fruit.
Yeah, some fruit doesn't thaw out as tasty as others, but black sapote is really amazing when it thaws out.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so that's exciting.
Yeah. So, yeah, this a seedling tree here. This was a fruit that Gary Zill recently, well, not recently, it's been a few years now, came up with as tropical punch. And so...
Tropical punch?
Yeah, so try that out. Eventually we'll get fruit. Another, longan. And then, this is another ex-lychee here.
Find the lychee stumps or any tree stump that you cut back affects the trees you plant around it at all? Does it limit the roots of going in that area, or no?
Well, eventually the roots are going to decompose under there. There's no food getting to them now. There's no, it's not like the longan that is, we have to keep cutting back. This is already, like not active at all. And so
would it be fine enough to plant anything around even the longan stump here, even though it's still active? It won't affect the new trees you're putting in, will it?
Well, I mean, if you can dig a hole, the plant will usually find its way for the roots. It's just a matter of being able to dig a hole. Yeah, there's another looks like a longan stump. And, what I did here, getting rid of the longans because they weren't producing, and I put a few mango seeds around, and so we've got those. I mean, unfortunately, they're not growing real fast this time of year. Thanks for coming out, Paul, and doing a little walk around the back part of the property. And, I hope your mango trees are doing well where you are.
Thank you. Thanks for showing us around.
Well, we're here with Ryan, and Ryan is going to tour the last section of the grove with us. I was wondering, Ryan, how did you get into mangoes, and how long have you had the bug?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I was in Raleigh, North Carolina during COVID. I got bored, started gardening, and mangoes has always been my favorite fruit. I started growing mangoes in pots, so I'd come down and visit my parents in Boca and Delray and buy from Chris and bring them up to Raleigh, North Carolina. And, I've been doing that the last 5 or 6 years. So it's really COVID that got my feet wet into the mango world, and Chris has been a big part of that.
So I'm assuming you have a greenhouse then up in North Carolina?
I had to bring it in November to April, so we had to bring it into the house.
You had some grow lights or something?
Grow lights, some fan, had to mist it, had to do everything that you guys do down here outside, I had to do inside from November to April. So it was a challenge, but it was, we grew fruit, so it was a success.
And it kept you off the streets?
It did, kept me out of trouble.
This is sort of fun. Of course, we have some coconut palms, and this has, quite a few coconuts there up top. But what happens is, of course, they keep growing. It's not like you can trim a coconut palm and keep it small. And so once they get to a size like this, after we harvest the coconuts, we cut them back. And so this is Exhibit A here.
Is it dragon fruit?
Yes, yeah, we cut it back and then, tied a bunch of dragon fruit to the trunk. The dragon fruit does need soil to set roots in. So, we have all of the ends of them are in the soil. And then once the dragon fruit get to the point where they start bending over, then they are more likely to produce fruit.
It's not such a bad thing then when it's bending over.
Right. It's great. I happen to like dragon fruit a lot. What they sell in the stores, like this, even in Whole Foods, it's not the greatest varieties, but there's so many varieties.
Mangoes, mango sold in grocery stores, not the greatest varieties.
Right. Yeah. But there's so many varieties of dragon fruit, and it's just a fun fruit. I've got that. So we're these are just a bunch of trees here that,
How old would you say these trees are?
I would say that
4 or 5 years?
Oh, no, because a lot of these were, I planted as seeds.
Okay.
So I think that they're, probably, 10 years or
10 to 12 years?
or
Okay.
more, yeah. This is, these are grafted, obviously, and that's Julie's. And I thought we would head over here, and we could sort of walk between the rows.
On your seedlings that you plant, do you even prune them back, or do you just kind of let them grow as they are? Or?
Yeah, I usually just let them grow, and I did that a lot early on, but I'm a little more specific now. And, I ended up with a lot of nice varieties, but that was with a lot of patience because, it was just when I was getting started on this property and planting seeds. Well, I planted a bunch. It was a lot of work to be done because originally this was like nothing in this area. And then I planted bananas because they're fast-growing crop and such. And so this was all bananas. Part of the reason I planted bananas also was that they require a lot of organic material, and there was so much clearing to do in this backspace, and I didn't want to just send all the stuff to the dump.
Sure.
And so we made like these long rows of branches and trunks and such, and then covered them with wood chips and branches, all that. Yeah. So they decompose, and we thought, like that's what they do for banana trees. Is like they cut down these gorgeous big trees and then just plant the bananas in between, and as the wood rots, and it supplies the nutrients to the bananas. So anyway, this was a lot of bananas. I had so many varieties, before planting them, I didn't realize there were so many banana varieties. But so we had those for a while, and then they eventually get to be a lot of work. So we got rid of the bananas and planted all sorts of other things. So we have, for instance, more mango trees.
Sure.
And, I don't think I mentioned that this area also was lychee trees. And so lychee is like the wood is like stone, incredibly dense. And so when we cut down the lychee tree, I didn't want the mower to break because of hitting the remnant of the lychee tree. Yeah, the stump. And so what I did was plant mango trees around it. So
you can see it right there.
Yeah, so
you
here's
see the remnants of it right there.
Yeah, right there. And that's this case, around all of these trees. I figured that at some point it's going to, decompose. But these are, these trees have plenty of root space and such, and so it shouldn't be a big deal.
More papayas?
Yeah, we've got some nice papaya here. Yeah, we just have this one that is producing back here, and this one, just lots of papaya on this one. And this other one, it seems like it might produce, sometimes they just produce male flowers, but it doesn't, at this point, doesn't look like male flowers, at least the ones that I've seen. So hopefully we'll get some papaya. It's a nice crop for not mango season. It's hard to get, some substitutes for when, you taste a mango. I mean, it's really a lot of people's favorite fruit.
Sure.
But, you have to have something to eat in the off season, and papaya is great. And also, I'm a big fan of the black sapote, and then, of course, we have other varieties of fruit, too.
Sure. You guys grow it all. Now, do you eat everything that you grow? Do you enjoy personally yourself, everything you grow?
Well, I'd be the size of a house if I did.
I know farmers grow things that it's just for business, and they don't particularly care for it, but do you like everything you grow out here?
The only thing that there's a few that I'm not crazy about, but a lot of other people are. And so, no problem. For instance, jackfruit, I could take it or leave it, but it's really important to a lot of people, and so we grow it, and it's pretty nice. We've got more papaya here. They just do like it in this one area. Then we have an avocado just volunteered in this area. I'm really not sure how it got right next to the papaya. Yeah, trying to provide a nice community setting. And then this is funny. We took out all these lychee, and we thought we did, but this one has sprouted out. So didn't get all of the roots out, and so there is a potential, as long as we get cold enough weather some year, to have fruit from this. Well, here we have a sugar apple tree, and this one is, well, it's not looking at its best, and that's probably because of the cold. It's got a little cold burn on some of the leaves. But this particular tree was Kampong mauve. Yeah, that one is never going to be good. That sort of atrophied on the tree. But it was a Kampong mauve, but the rootstock sprouted out too, and so it had the green and the red fruit on the same tree.
Best of both worlds.
Yeah, it was fun.
Nice.
And this is a rather huge, needs to be trimmed at the end of the season tree, sapodilla. And this is Hacia. And we grow Hacia, Moreno, Molish varieties. And one of the good things about it, well, there's all difference in taste and such, but the really good thing is that there's a difference in season also. So if you're a sapodilla fan, you can have a longer season with planting the more varieties of it.
Very cool. That's a healthy looking tree right there.
Yeah, it definitely is overachieving on the top there.
The leaves look green.
And sapodilla is one of the fruit that is good to check if it's ready to ripen or ready to eat, if it's ripe enough to pick, by scratching the skin. And so...
Are you looking for a color or a scent?
Well, you're looking for, this is going to be too young. And so if I scratch it, it's going to be green.
Okay.
But if a lot of times with a little bit larger fruit, you'll scratch it and see like a yellowish brown kind of color.
That's what you're looking for.
That's what you're looking for, yeah. And I'm told by people who have grown up with the fruit. This is only in the last 20 years or something that I've even heard of sapodilla. But they say that if the fruit is big, that it will ripen, and so. I'm not sure if that goes for all varieties or what, but sometimes, with the Lano tree, I'll see some fruit way up high in the tree, and I'm like, looks big, I'll try it. And so I'll do that, yeah. So here we have...
Star fruit tree right there?
Yeah, this is a bell carambola, and it's right at the end of the season. You see that the fruit are starting to age on the tree, but that's only, like a small portion of what this tree produced. It was a huge crop.
I'm a big fan of star fruit.
Yeah, it's a nice fruit for not mango season. And then this is sort of funny to me, is one of the reasons that this whole back fence has a lot of lemon meringue trees is that my father was a huge fan of that variety. And so we have a lot of lemon meringue in this area.
Wall of lemon meringue.
Yeah, there's a few other varieties that are in there, but mostly lemon meringue. And then all of the mango seedlings underneath the bell carambola, lemon meringue. Some of those might be, like a new variety. It could have got, the flower could have gotten pollinated.
Sure. Time will tell.
So we'll see.
Great collection.
This is, of course, the other side of the carambola. We've got a lot of seedlings around.
To the sun and the growing conditions, right?
Yeah, it's they definitely find their way. It's like this was it's a seed that dropped way under the canopy, and then it starts growing out to where it can get some sun. So yeah, they definitely know how to survive. So
I like how you keep in previous years or previous months you've done the maintenance, right? And so you've got a treetop that's pretty consistent, which seems like it makes it easier to maintain.
Yeah,
than having a small, big, small, or whatever.
Yeah, we try and keep them at similar size, and also try to trim them every year. This part of the property is actually not as well maintained as the front. It just is the last thing to do, and so if you run out of time and energy, this is what suffers. but we do try to keep the trees fairly short, and that helps a lot with the lower branches, because if you have a huge canopy, it's blocking the sunlight to the lower branches, and so they're not going to be productive and that kind of stuff.
The higher they are.
Yeah.
No, looks great.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to try and see if any of these seedlings are going to be new varieties. So I'll be back in this area in the next few weeks, probably trying to get them into a project. Yeah, we do have some flowers here.
I see that you guys have been spraying a little bit, right?
Yeah, we have been spraying. And, I know that because the weather's been so good, a lot of people have not been spraying, but, we just have too much at risk here. So
yeah, protect your investment.
Yeah, we try to spray. And of course we use all the, OMRI certified products and stuff. And so it's, there's no icky things being used. Yeah, there's, got some flowers up here. So
funny, seedlings pop up here between the big trunks, but
Yeah, I know. It's like
they find their way.
Yeah.
Find their way through the giants.
Yeah, and definitely indicates that we don't walk through this area as much, because I think that we would have been picking the fruit before it fell on the ground in some cases. This is a Malika, so very healthy, yeah. And then.
So it's January 6th. Is there a time of the year in your experience that, like, if your trees don't flower by middle of February, they're not going to flower, or if they don't flower by the end of January, they're not going to flower? Is that kind of goes with the flow of the weather?
Yeah, it really goes with the weather. Like there's after a cold snap, that usually triggers a lot of the varieties to flower. And then, you have to wait, like 3 or 4 months before you really get any, sizable fruit on the trees. And so it's just one of those things that you cross your fingers. So the weather's been good this year. A previous year, we had cold rain.
Yeah, it doesn't seem as wet as last December.
Yeah, and that just completely knocked out our dwarf Hawaiian trees. They would make hundreds of fruit, and we ended up getting a couple dozen fruit from it because they bloomed right when the cold rain hit, and it just destroyed them. So hopefully this year we have an extra good year.
Knock on wood. There you go.
Yeah. This is a favorite tree here. This is Sunrise, and it's looking like it's gonna it's got all sorts of flowers on it, so hopefully we have a good crop this year. This, I believe, is Namdak Mai.
Good sized fruit on it.
So, yeah, it tends to fruit a little bit earlier than a lot of varieties. And then this is the infamous in some circles cherry mango. So that was a new discovery. It was some seedling that ended up having a really nice cherry flavor to the mango. Yeah.
Could we see that down the road, possibly?
I think so. Yeah, we're working on making some plants of that because it is very nice. This here is custard apple, and we've got a lot of trunks going here, and I don't know if they're from the same root system or they're just a bunch of seeds down here. But this, at least one of these plants, or it might be the entire, this might be the same plant, but is a white custard apple, and so that's most of the custard apples out there are like red. The San Pablo and stuff are red, so I'm quite fond of this particular one. So we'll see how it goes. I think this is Ugly Betty. Yep, this is Ugly Betty. Some of the people from India call it uglibity because of that, how it's like how they would say it, the spelling and stuff. So it always, puts a smile on my face when I think of that. But yeah, nice late season, serve this same flavor family as a curry. And so, the curry fans, I've never met a curry fan that hasn't liked the Ugly Betty, and it fortunately is in a different season. So you can sort of extend your pleasure.
Best of both worlds.
Yeah. And this one here is Angie. It's fairly small, but hopefully it will produce some fruit. I think that there's some flowers around. Oh, here we go. There's a flower. There's another one. So
we've got some flowers for sure.
Yeah, we've got some flowers.
Some in the middle and the top as well.
Okay, great. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a good vantage. So yeah, got some flowers going. So hopefully we'll have a good season. And then this is Canistel, and its original variety is I think Aria, and then we've grafted other varieties onto it. It's not Canistel season for this tree, but hopefully we'll have a good Canistel crop next year. And then we have some mamey here. Got some fruit over here. This is not an area that gets consistent watering, so this has some dieback on the tree, but we also have some pretty nice sized fruit.
How old are these lemons? Were you saying? Are they? You said some of your father's favorites.
Yeah, his favorite was lemon meringue.
Oh, lemon meringue.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And so we have a lot of lemon meringue trees, which is good because that's the first of the lemon, family to fruit.
Early season.
Yeah, early season fruit. So yeah, a lot of these trees back here are lemon meringue, and we have several up near the sales area also. And, so we should have a pretty good lemon meringue crop unless we have some weird weather event or something.
Looks like 2026 is going to be a good year so far from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm hoping. It's like this, you never know what the weather's going to do, though, and that's the main thing is the weather.
So far, so good.
Yeah. So, yeah, we have some different plants in here. This one has flowers, so hopefully I'll know what variety it is after it fruits. But, yeah, we just put trees in all sorts of random places because I keep wanting to plant more.
Sure,
and
you gotta maximize your space.
Yeah. So, this is going to be one of the lemon meringue trees. And then over here we have Edward, which is a wonderful variety also. A lot of times people stay away from the older varieties, but there's a lot of really good older varieties.
They should be staples in people's, collection.
Yeah, it's and definitely it's been not only a great mango on its own, but it's been one of the parents of some newer varieties too. So I guess I should probably mention this as the last thing is this was a mango tree, of course, and I had some seedlings of what I thought might have been a cross between ice cream and a bigger mango. And I thought, well, I'll grow it out on this and see what it's like. And so, it's a multi-year project. And so finally I grew it out and it produced fruit and it was all horrible.
Really?
So then I cut it back again and we're going to top work it with something else.
Horrible flavor, horrible growth pattern.
Yeah, the growth was fine. It was the flavor. And, I went with, ice cream mango is such a nice mango. And at that time, the biggest mango that I could think of was elephant. Not a good match.
Noted. Noted. Do not cross ice cream and elephant.
So anyway, that's an ongoing project tree. I like to have some places where if I have a scion of something that I think might be promising, I could put it on there and just like have it grow and sort of forget about it for a few years and then come back and see if it makes any nice fruit. So yeah, that's sort of the strategy in certain areas. And yeah, there's like a lack of organization in many parts of my project areas, but it's, it all sort of works out at the end, I think, because, when you finally get a fruit, you can say, yeah, or yeah, this is good. And so yeah. So anyway, been a perfect day for a little walk around. I'm so glad you could make it over
thank you for
here.
having me.
Yeah.
Nice to be back, and it's great seeing you, Shannon. And this is a premier place here. So
Yeah. Well,
congratulations on everything, all the hard work you put into it, and it's great.
yeah, it's been many years in the making, and it's like you sometimes have this vision of what it's going to be, and then you take the next step, and the vision changes.
Correct.
And that kind of stuff. So it's definitely, even though I think that it's done, it's still a work in progress because there's going to be modifications, I'm sure. But anyway, thanks again for coming over. It's been really nice to show you around.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So we just head down here, and it's not a huge number of trees left, but we can just cover this real quickly. This was a carambola, of course, and it had gotten rather big. You can see the trunk is size of an old mango tree, really, and that's Fung Tong. And I cut it back for two reasons. One, huge tree, and the other is that our bell carambola is very, very popular. Fung Tong, you can get a good Fung Tong, but it's not ever going to have the eye appeal. It's, more of a yellow fruit instead of that nice orange. And so I think that once it starts growing some more new shoots, a little bit bigger shoots, we'll just graft bell onto this tree also. This is sugar apple, but often doesn't get enough water. And so this is what happens when it doesn't get enough water. Crunch and hollow. So the tree's looking pretty healthy. There's a little bit of dieback here and there. But we did not get a lot of fruit from this tree this year. This one looks like it's going to be good very soon, possibly by Saturday, who knows. But that was one of very few that were looking good on this particular tree. This is our Jacqueline tree back there, and it seems like this might be hard to say. Possibly Beverly. Memory's fading from me. But this is the one that I wanted to end with. This is a tree that Walter Zill gave us. And he gave us this because it was one of his favorites. And so this is Venus, I believe.
Venus.
Yeah. So anyway, Walter is not in the area anymore, but we always think of him when we pass the tree. So anyway, that's pretty much it. Thanks for coming out, Paul, and doing a little walk around the back part of the property. And I hope your mango trees are doing well where you are.
Thank you. Thanks for showing us around.
So here's our shade house. The shade house actually came with a property. It needed a lot of repair, which we did. And right now it's great because the shade cloth on top and on the sides protects the young plants in the shade house. Most of the plants are 1 and 3 gallon plants, and they just love it in here. But nothing's organized, so we're just going to move on to the next part of our tour. So today we get Muriel. And Muriel, could you tell us a little bit about your mango business?
Yes, so I have the pleasure of managing Tropical Paradise Grove for the last 3 years. We have 1 acre and a third, and we have about 70 varieties, 50 of which fruiting. This was the old place from Lawrence Zill, and the trees were also taken care by Walter Zill, and then Cecil Brumfield. And I'm very lucky to have a very mature tree, even though I've only been taking care of them for 3 years.
Yeah, so yeah, Cecil, bought the place from the Zills, and it's really cool that there's like original trees from when the Zills had it.
That's right.
I'm sure you've added some along the way, though.
Of course. Cecil added about 20, and I added 10 in the ground already, and I'm probably trying to figure out where I can fit another 20, 30. We'll figure it out.
Do you sell from the property, or do you mail? I'm really not familiar with how you distribute your mangoes.
So because we're a small grove, we don't ship because we're very well located. We're on the corner of Hypoluxo and High Ridge, so we're very well located, and we're always sold out, so I don't ship. And it's kind of nice because it's mostly the people around, so it's sort of a community, and I'd like to keep it that way, and I can't because 1.3 acres can't add so many trees, but it's really nice that way.
Yeah, you definitely get to know your customers very well, and mango customers are great. And instantly that you have something in common with them because, everybody loves mangoes that is shopping there, right?
That's true. And then a lot of people have their preferences. And so I know who likes which variety, which you can do when you have a small grove. So that's really nice. You know that person is going to want dwarf Hawaiian, Carrie. It's nice. It's nice to make people happy.
Oh, great. So today we thought we would just go through the mango trees along the back fence. And, what happened years ago is, of course, when we got the property, we put a fence around it. And then we thought, well, we could plant on this side of the fence and have sort of a mango hedge. Provides a little bit of backdrop and then also fruit. And so especially like the second part of that. But this particular tree, I thought I'll start over here. But I thought we could just do a tour of the trees along the back fence. Of course, we've got some bananas here, not ready yet to pick, but, it's a very nice fruit to grow when you have the room. But this area, we have, I think, 2 southern blush trees. And so hopefully we'll verify that with the fruit this year, but I'm pretty sure that's what they are. This is our oldest seedling in the grove. This is, when I first got this property, I just planted a bunch of seedlings, and then I went back and grafted them after they were established. And this one I never grafted, and it was out of all of this, like there were probably 30 or 40 trees that I had planted at that point, and out of all of the trees that fruited, this had the best fruit. So it just got, named best. And the irony, of course, is I don't believe in a best mango, but it is, it was the best out of all of the varieties that were originally planted here. Sorry. So We've got a whole lot of ones right here that we're not sure of, and we're hoping that they flower this year and fruit, and so that we'll actually have names for them.
Trunk, so they should flower, right?
Yeah, they've been in the ground for a while, and we're hoping, that they respond to this weather. We've had this, cold weather, and we'll probably have another cold snap, fairly soon. There's just a lot. I know that I grafted sweet tart on some of these and that kind of thing, and Seacrest, but we'll have to wait and try and be patient, and then we can hopefully identify more of these trees.
How high are you going to let the southern blush grow?
Well, the southern blush is pretty small there. Unfortunately, we have neighbors that believe in very tall trees, and so they don't get a lot of sun. And so, I have southern blush in another part of the grove. And so, I'm hoping that these will fruit, but because of all the shade, I'm not sure if they will.
And do you have any problems with southern blush? Because ours has a lot of black spots on it.
We usually do not, but the main tree that we have is in the front part of the grove, and that we don't water our plants, and it just is very dry there, but the roots get plenty of water because the tree's established there, and so we don't have as many disease problems in the grove because of that as a lot of people do. This time of year, we have to spray for the bloom, mostly, just make sure that the bloom stays healthy. But, that's about it.
You sprayed sulfur?
Yeah.
And did you spray copper? Are you going to spray
copper? When the fruit are on the tree, we spray some copper. But
okay.
For the bloom, it's a sulfur.
Okay, that's good to know. I haven't sprayed anything yet.
Okay. So this is one of our trees that is actually identified. It's not a 14, it's a 19, which means it's sweet tart. Sweet tart, it looks like it got trimmed, and there was a branch that didn't come down from it. So this was trimming from last season, end of last season. But anyway, there's our sweet tart tree. We have more than that in the grove. Nice variety.
People love sweet tart.
I had a customer that said, he really liked sweet tart, but only, like when it was sweet. And somebody told him, just let it ripen more. So you get the tart when it's not quite all the way ripe, sure. And then they get the sweet when it is all the right. And so you can sort of pick your flavor on that.
That's true. I wait until it's like almost rotten, because it's when you start to have the black spots on it. That's when I wait, and I found it amazing. But until then, I like really sweet things.
Okay, so we have a few plants here that we haven't identified, but fortunately we've got some flowers going on. So hopefully we'll have fruit, and then we can identify them. Years ago, it was just quick, try and put as many things in the ground here as possible. And so some of them are seedling trees, and some of them actually are grafted.
Okay. Do you have watering system here? No irrigation?
Yeah, it's like, I'm sure that the roots are over on the church property and such, but once they got established, we haven't watered anything in the grove. Sort of, there are areas of newly planted trees that are watered with hose, but otherwise they're on their own.
So these ones are on their own?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This is the original Marco tree.
Oh, I have the baby of it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a nice variety, and they, this tree was crazy productive, and people loved that fruit last season. And so when it had a seedling here, I just grafted Marco onto the seedling so that it'll be another, I had to graft something onto it. So might as well be like the little brother to the tree next door.
I can't wait to try it. I mean, I got the tree from you because it's from you. It's an original from you. And I heard it's very good, but I haven't tried it yet. So hopefully this year.
It was. We had such a good crop this past season, and people were trying it for the first time, and very well received. So that was nice. Good old 30. 30 is, was a tree that seedling that fruited for the first time, and was it a year and a half ago maybe, and the fruit were at best good. They were not great. And so I cut it back, and I've been grafting scions from other trees onto it. And so hopefully we'll have a whole bunch of new varieties here on the original tree. Because it was, as I said, the fruit was just okay. And I definitely want to, get past that, get better quality. So anyway,
I have a question. How many years do you give to a new variety until you decide it's not good and I want to get rid of it?
Usually the first year is not a good example of what the fruit is going to taste like. And but often the second year is okay, and it's so I would say at least wait until the second year, and sometimes you have to wait a little longer than that. If you do, at least for me, if I taste a new variety and it has a bunch of fiber, it has to be something really optional for me to keep that, because the fiber is something that most people do not want in their fruit.
Interesting. I was surprised. We have a seedling and we left it. I was going to get to it and I didn't get to it. So then the second year we tried it and it was much better than the first year. So I said, it was like more of a juice mango. And in the third year, it was absolutely delicious and it had way less fiber. So it's interesting. I will do what you say. I will wait.
Yeah, it's try and be patient, and I've just finished cutting a fairly large tree way back, in part because a lot of it was going over to the neighbors, and I want to make sure that I'm not encroaching on their property and such. But that was a tree where the fruit were okay. There are times, there's certain seasons where your production is not very good, and, it would have been fine in those situations. But what I did after I cut back is I put some known varieties on the tree. And so at least we'll have like an insurance policy.
Yes, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
So, this tree here is Seacrest.
Oh, okay.
So
how is this flowering completely? I see some bloom on the other side.
It really, it depends so much on the position, location in the grove. We have some trees that are like in a whole different stage than others of the same variety. But they should all hopefully fruit this year.
Yes,
cross our fingers. Yeah, more Seacrest here. And this is one of our varieties. And
you have shakes, actually.
Yeah, it's, that is...
Sunrise.
Yeah, that is not Sunrise, though. I don't really know why I put that tag on. But what this 33 is a real rich mango, has a little bit of fiber, but it's really popular. And so, it's the 33rd tree in the row, but we just keep calling it 33.
Okay.
No name.
Will you have 1 gallons available for that?
Yeah, I think that we have that in, a fair number in process. Not a huge amount, because not everybody, we've got a lot of fans of it, but, there's so many good mangoes. You don't know what trees they could want to actually plant in their yard.
That's true. That's true. But you have good taste. I have to say that I like your taste. I like things that come from your grove. I try to get 1 of each.
Thanks. Yeah, these are some more unidentified things.
It's surprising how big the trunk are and how low your trees are. You must trim them a lot every year.
Yeah, we do. We try and keep them, reachable. At least, for some of these trees, they're of course out of my hand's reach. But when you have a picker, then you can grab the fruit. So, yeah, we try and keep things down. If you let a tree get really big, then the trunk gets really big. And so, if you trim it every year, then you can sort of control the size of the trunk that way.
Oh, really? I didn't realize that. Okay.
Okay, so 36 is let's see which one 36 is. Oh, right here. 36 is
Yes, this is 38.
a very fun variety. The fruit looks like orange sherbet, but it tastes like lemon zest. And so it's just a really, powerful citrus flavor. And so, that's one that hopefully we get some supply of as far as, out of the ones we've gotten grafted. They're very, very small still, but hopefully that will be one that we have some plants available in.
That would be great because we have 4 lemon zest trees that are probably 10 years old. And last year we had 5 lemon zest mangoes.
Ooh,
so not a great result.
Yeah.
So I would love to have something that's the same taste but produces and no diseases.
Yeah. That's lemon zest. So far, the main lemon zest tree that we have in the grove is looks clean as far as like the flowers and such, and the fruit were fairly clean last year, but sometimes the weather just hits them terribly. And really nice flavor of the fruit, but you want to make sure that it's as healthy as possible, which is often difficult depending on the weather.
And ours looks like they want to go very high. I don't know about yours, but the tree wants to go up. You have some trees that are like a Neelam, they want to expand, or coconut cream, but this one the 4 of them seems to be reaching for the stars. And we try it. And they only flower and fruit on the upper branches.
Yeah, they get the sunlight up there, I imagine, and so that's,
I think, yeah.
Yeah. One thing you might try is just like cutting the most vertical center branch as far down as possible. It'll make the lower branches more productive that way.
Okay, try. We'll try. Thank you.
Okay, so 39. That's one that we're thinking about cutting it back, actually. So I'm not sure what it obviously doesn't have any flowers on it right now, but it's not one that we will probably go forward with. It might become another variety real soon. This is Carrie. We think this is Dot. As far as our memory goes, can't count on my memory very much.
I struggle with my trees. I can't imagine how many trees do you have? Do you know?
We've never counted them up, but hundreds. So, yeah. And I'm always finding places for more. And
well, you do. If I look at here and I'm like, oh, this.
Now 42, this is a house variety that I'm thinking we probably could have come up with a better name, but it's big fruit skinny leaf.
Okay, well, that's a good description.
So yeah, big fruit, and it's nicely flavored too. It's sometimes with big fruit, it's sort of a washed out flavor or something, and so that's good.
Were your mangoes at the end of last season, were they a little bit watery from the rain, or were you good the whole time?
It seems like it was pretty good the whole season, but I don't know. Every season is a little bit different, though.
For sure. For sure. I'm finding that out.
So we think this is Dot.
Okay.
And we think that this next one is that. So we didn't write down things while we were picking the fruit. And so then we have to go rely on memory. You know, when we're relying on my memory, that's a different story altogether.
I so understand that.
So
with this is like the end of the bloom, right? Is this the time when you spray the sulfur or not? When do you spray the sulfur?
yeah, I mean, before the fruit get on, basically. So, I mean, this is, you have this tiny, tiny fruit, but, this is, we've been spraying, for a few weeks now, but it will, end fairly soon, because we'll be switching over once the fruit are on to copper spray. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I didn't spray any for the moment. I don't know if I'm being overly optimistic, but I didn't last year.
So this one's Fairchild.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's, named after David Fairchild and is a very nice variety.
We love it.
Yeah.
People love it too. It just drops very easy. So you have to pick it early. That's in my experience. Otherwise it just drops on the ground. I think I don't know if it's from that tree. I think it's flowering. Ours are not. We have several and they're not.
Yeah, it does look like it's
starting
that tree. Yeah. So then we have Graham here.
Oh, okay. Do you have any disease problem with Graham?
It seems like there have been some years where we have, but it's looking clean this year.
Okay.
So just sort of depends on the weather.
Okay.
This is Jakarta. Jakarta's been going crazy.
Ours too. Ours is, yes, definitely in full bloom. I hope it holds.
Cushman here.
Okay.
Do you grow Cushman or no?
No, I do not. I tried it from here. It's a good mango.
Yeah, it really, everybody has their own preferences. And so it's not like there's one mango that everybody's going to love. But Cushman, we had a pretty good year last year from another tree, and it, instantly sold. I mean, people, I guess some people call it Big Yellow, and some people have like a pineapple name for it or something.
Oh, really?
Which
Okay.
I'm not really tasting that myself, but it's it's nice fruit, a good quality fruit, and large, which a lot of people want a larger fruit. Yeah, Floregon, very reliable, disease-resistant variety. But the fruit are fairly small, and so we have people who ask for Floregon, but most of the people want like the newer varieties, I think.
It's true. I did get a I like the older varieties, and I did get a Floregon tree this year. I also like small mangoes too. I tried it, and I thought it was very good. So I'm glad you have it. So because my tree is not producing yet.
So this is a lemon zest tree. So we have a little bit of bloom on the top of that.
I wonder if this is from the same tree too.
Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like the whole, that's
good.
And
It doesn't drop the fruit, I noticed. That one, you have to get it out. Do you pick the fruit? So do you pick the fruit when it's mature, or do you pick it early as soon as you see a little bit of yellow on it?
It depends on the variety, but I usually look at the bottom of the fruit, which when it's on the tree, that's your best view, really. And it's what you see. And so I look for this skin on the bottom to be stretched, and usually that's a good indication.
That's the first time I hear that. Thank you for sharing. I usually look at color and the stem, but I don't look at it being stretched.
Yeah, I mean, in many varieties, it will turn from like this dark green to sort of a little hint of yellow in it. And so that's usually a good thing, a good, stage to pick the fruit. But, there are some differences. There's some varieties that the fruit just like fall, like that didn't look like it was ready to go, but boom, there it goes. So, some, I guess, stems are weaker or something like that. And of course, if you have a huge fruit on a tree, it can drop more readily, I guess, depending on the strength of the stem and such.
And also the end of the season, like at the end of the season when Fairchild is done, it drops even more. It doesn't even wait for any yellow. It's just like, I'm done.
You have to get the net underneath. Yeah, it's coming.
I put a net actually this year. It's in the making, but I did put a net around because I couldn't be on time to get it all the time.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so let's see.
This one is almost done.
So this was Carrie. We've got a few that we have to wait on as far as, it's possibly Nam Doc Mai, but it doesn't really look like the Nam Doc Mai bloom.
That's right. It's more yellow, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So this one is going to have to wait until the fruit form before we know what it is.
So our Nam Doc Mai is completely, and our Edward too. Both of those are the bloom is almost done.
Yeah. Edward is we have one mature Edward tree, and it was just covered with bloom. It was really spectacular.
And I can see the little fruit, so it's good. No problem of female flowers not being there.
So this is Mahachnook.
Okay, good. Ours haven't started yet. We have several, but they haven't started yet.
And we have 2 lemon meringue, so we got a little bit of flowers up there on that one, but not any on this one.
Our lemon meringue last year, I know yours had tremendous success. It was a great season. Ours last year was not. And then this year, again, it doesn't seem like it's happy.
Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah, it surprised me last year because it was pretty much our earliest variety.
Really?
And it's usually not. This, of course, is Julie. Small tree, tons of bloom.
Wow.
There's actually 2 Julie trees here. But yeah, Julie is just amazing as far as how much it can bloom.
Yes. Yes.
And
agreed.
Hopefully, the trees are small, but hopefully, and the fruit are small also, even on big trees. But hopefully, we'll have a good Julie season because, as I'm sure you've noticed, a lot of people are Julie fans.
A lot of people, and they won't. It's funny because the Carrie fans, you can sort of say, okay, I don't have Carrie, I have A&G. Why don't you try that one? But the Julie is Julie. You can't give Super Julie for Julie. You can't give really some. You can maybe do Bombay for Julie. And last year it wasn't a great year for Julie. I don't know. We have 2 trees that are fairly big. Hello, you. I didn't see you. Sorry.
Yeah, that's rude.
Hello. I didn't see. But we have 2 big trees and blooming a lot off season, in season, and not such a great production.
We're getting to the very last few on along the back fence. And this is one that is not named, apart from its number, 61. But it's got a little bit of blush. It's small mango, some fiber, Indian flavor. And so, that one's nice. We don't have any.
But you have you had fruits this year.
We did. We have the empty panicles. It did fruit, and it was nice. As I say, like this Indian flavor, just a little bit of fiber.
Do you take the black out? Do you take the stems out, or?
Sometimes I do. It's not going to affect like anything other than the appearance.
Okay.
Because, it will send out, whether this empty panicle, dead panicle, is on or off, it's going to send out new leaves, above new shoots, above where the leaves attach. And so it really doesn't matter.
This flower here, I don't know if that's tree or the other one.
This flower is going to this tree, which is...
No, it's the other one. It's 63.
53?
63.
63. 63. Seems like a seedling.
Okay, great.
And it's, let me see what my notes have to say about it. It's a fairly small fruit, sort of oval, bright red blush, orange flesh that is rich, peachy apricot flavor, no fiber, and delicious.
That. Yeah, that sounds like absolutely my type of mangoes. Small, colorful, peachy, perfect. Let me know when it's ready. So when you have the seedling, so you eat the mango and then the seeds, because they are like fairly irregular distance. So do you first put it in a pot? Do you take it out of the husk and then you plant it, or you just?
Yeah, well, I have tried to maintain the certain distance from the fence. And in some cases, years ago, I just put seeds in the ground.
Okay.
And in some cases, I top work those, and sometimes, just let them grow. And some of these are actually grafted trees when they went in the ground, but most of them on this end are just seedling trees. And they turn, if a seedling tree, if the first crop of a seedling tree is like, I don't know if you like it, I'll wait until the next year and possibly the third year to decide whether to top work it or not. But a lot of these are just the seedlings that turned out nicely, and so we just let them grow and let them produce.
Did you dehusk them? Or did you take out the husk when you put it in the?
Yeah, I'm sort of lazy. I put it in the ground, and sometimes I'll put several, seeds in the same place and figure, hey, somebody's going to live. And then after it grows, then I graft onto it.
And do you put it on the side? Some people put it on the side when they put it in the dirt, or you just.
Well, I generally, the stem end is up.
Okay.
Because that's where the leaves usually, appear. If you plant a seed on its side, you'll notice that the roots are going this way and the stem is going whatever. And so I put it into the ground with the stem end up and usually barely covered with soil.
Okay.
And then if it lives, it lives. And we'll go from there, make our decisions from there. We've had a lot of coconut palms, and they get too tall to safely pick. And this one's getting to the end of its safely pick life. Probably another couple of years, and that will have to get trimmed down. But what we've been doing is cutting back the palms, and of course, unlike mangoes, they don't sprout out. It's like, you got your one trunk and that's it. And so we've been putting dragon fruit on the stumps. And so I'm a fan. So it's, just something different to do, around the grove.
I've been trying to, they didn't attach spontaneously. You really have to put all those ties around for them to attach and to stick there to a certain height so that before it fruits out.
Yeah, pretty much that, that's an effective way, but it's not the only way. And so even though it's not a plant on the back fence, I do want to show you one more thing. It's my first dragon fruit
congratulations.
project, not the fruit itself. But it's sort of a fun thing. So we need to grow back this way. So this has two varieties, Haley's Comet and Purple Haze, because at the time those were ones that sort of pollinated each other or whatever. But it's this was formerly Bismarckia nobilis, which that, as you might guess from the name, is huge.
Yes, I have a Bismarck.
And the fronds were going over the roof, and I'm like, oh, I really don't want the squirrels to be climbing up and going onto the roof. And so we cut it back, and I thought, well, let's try the dragon fruit on it. And
What a
so
great idea.
that's what that is. And so that's sort of our oldest part of our oldest collection of dragon fruit.
These are big, healthy
yeah.
plants. These are really healthy and large. I mean, I've been trying to grow them. I've tried different configuration. They were very unhappy on all the palm trees. So now I have the ones on the ground, which are miserable. So I have other ones in pots, and I'm trying different locations to see where they're going to be happy. But this is a great use of space. You don't have to build something. Clearly, it's very happy. So do you go at night and do you hand pollinate? No, not at all. Oh, okay.
I'm a minimalist here. Of course, some years are better than others, and it also, the hand pollinating, you have to get the flower at a certain time and that kind of thing, and that just doesn't seem to fit into my lifestyle.
Yes,
so it's like, okay, you're on your own now.
And is it very sweet? Do you get very sweet varieties?
Yeah. Mostly I've gotten purple haze from this. But a friend of mine has been adding varieties to other palm trees because, as I mentioned, down the hill, we've been cutting the tall palms. And when they get dangerous to harvest the coconuts, they get cut down to about this height, some of them a little bit taller. And then he's been putting other varieties of dragon fruit to grow up those. The dragon fruit, when I put it on here originally, I was able to put it into the remnants of the leaves, or the fronds, I should say, and they were able to take hold on that, and some of them I put on the very top. But with what he's doing is he ties them to the trunks, but builds up some soil around it because, like a dragon fruit, if it can reach the ground with its roots quickly, then it grows. But if it doesn't, I mean, it has no source of nutrients or whatever, then it can die. And so this, has been a happy cluster, but, hopefully we'll get some fruit this year.
Sure does.
Yeah.
And do you, so I know it's a succulent, but do you water?
Well, there's a fair amount of water that happens here, with the roof runoff and different things. I haven't purposefully watered this plant much at all, but it's got its roots down into the ground, and so it does have a source of moisture there.
Okay. I find mine, they have a full sun, and they seem to be wanting a little bit of water. So
yeah, and it might be that like whatever area in your place is just doesn't have as much water.
And mine is smaller too. Yeah. Okay. Well, it sure is a happy plant. I hope you get a lot of it. If you need any cuttings, happy to share.
Yeah, nice to trade varieties for the dragon fruit because there are a lot of varieties out there. And so, yeah, if you can arrange trades with people, it's good for everybody, right?
That's true. That's right. I have customers who brought me some different cuttings, so I'm happy
that's
to.
Nice.
I'll look into it. I'll tell you exactly what I have. But this is a very happy plant. You should have a lot of them. I think I had a plant which was just one like this, and I did have a dragon fruit. So, so with this, you should be loaded.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
I did hand pollinate it at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Good for you.
But when you have just one, you figure you can do it. When you have, I don't know how many.
So Shannon is joining me to look at another section of the grove, and it's basically
one of the oldest or the oldest mango tree on the farm?
Yeah, and possibly the oldest in the state.
Of this variety?
Of any variety.
Of any variety, really? Wow.
Yeah, I say that only because years ago we had a group of people from Trek down in Homestead.
And who's Trek?
Tropical Research Education Center. Yeah, they're big shots in the tropical fruit
World.
industry,
Yeah.
and they looked at this tree and couldn't believe how big it was, the trunk, the base of it, and they took turns getting their picture taken in front of it.
Yeah.
It's so anyway, it could be the biggest one or the oldest one in Florida. It has been trimmed, it might have.
And it is featured in some tasting videos, right? Because we put a little table under it, and we do our tasting videos under there sometimes.
Yes, sometimes, yeah.
But the variety of this is?
This is Mulgoba.
Very, very tasty fruit.
Yeah, and we do have, I'm not sure if this is a sprout out from the, I'll go around this
The little
way.
tree that's...
Yeah, if it's a sprout out from the big tree or if it's a seedling. Because, this is a very old tree, so it could be, having some huge seedlings underneath it, but I really don't know. All I do know, though, is that the Mulgoba fruit is lovely.
Yeah. And you can get an idea for how enormous this tree is. This is the small side of the trunk.
Oh, definitely.
But you can see the branching is bigger than many mango tree trunks.
And just look at the size of the limb that was cut off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty huge too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's as big as a trunk on a full-grown mango tree. But Mulgoba has a very distinct look to the fruit to me. It's got what I always refer to as shoulders on it. So the fruit comes out and then tapers down.
Yeah, and it's an excellent fruit. The thing that we found, or I found, was you really have to be on top of watching the fruit when it's almost ready to pick, because it will drop quickly. And so
and it's one that just obliterates if it drops.
Yeah,
this is such a big tree too.
It's completely fiberless.
Yeah,
which is lovely, except for if it drops.
Yeah,
So,
especially on gravel. So if you have a Mulgoba tree this big, put nets under it to catch all your fruit.
yeah, I'll give you some idea of how big the trunk is. I'll go up and
that's
sort of
enormous.
stand next to it so that we did measure around the trunk, the circumference with a tape. It was 15 and a half feet.
Just 15 and a half feet just around the trunk.
Just around it, yeah.
It's enormous. You really get an idea for that bottom branch, the size of that bottom branch. Yeah, it's just enormous.
Yeah.
And it makes delicious fruit. But yeah, that's just crazy big.
So hopefully we get like a good crop this year, because we did get a nice crop last year.
Yeah,
very
the crop
much
last year seemed to last quite a while too. I mean, it went on for a fairly long period of time.
So having this tree be so darn old, it's gotten huge. Its branches are like nearly horizontal and going way out, and we've trimmed it quite a bit. But another thing that is very interesting, to me anyway, is the
All the
collection
different
of
seedlings?
seedlings, yes. The Mulgoba is the mother of Hayden.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's already the parent of parent and grandparent.
Yeah, so Hayden is, very well known, because, and I think that's because of the color of the skin and the fiber. It has some fiber, so it's not, this is a very delicate mango, the Mulgoba.
Yeah.
And so you have to be gentle with it and be on top of picking it. You can't let it, like if you think it's almost ready to pick and then you come back 2 days later, it's going to be on the ground.
Already fallen on the ground. And then now Hayden, there's a lot of Hayden trees in the area of southern Florida too, because for the longest time that was Hayden fruit what was available for the most part, right? And
the Hayden, it has a lot of advantages from, over the Mulgoba because of handling characteristics.
Not as delicate.
Yeah, this is a very delicate fruit, premium fruit, definitely.
Absolutely.
The Hayden has some fiber in it, also has a pretty color skin. And so because of those things, they were selling the heck out of Hayden mangoes for a long time. They'd actually put them on trains and send them up to New York.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. And then, of course, a lot of folks would take the fruit they ate and just plant a seed. So I'm guessing there's probably a lot of Hayden seedlings floating around out there that have long since grown up, and people have had fruit off them for years.
Right.
And we just don't know what they are.
Yeah, I think that Francis Hargrave is one of those.
Is one of those.
Yeah.
I'll be darned.
Yeah.
Nice, very nice. Now I see you've got a huge seedling under here, which is kind of interesting because it's shaded really pretty well by the Mogoba, but look how healthy and large. And has this one ever produced fruit yet?
Yeah, actually, we have had fruit from this, and it is divine.
Ah,
As in
very
the
nice.
name of the fruit is divine.
Yes, yes.
Because the flavor is divine.
Yeah, I understood.
So yeah, it's hopefully it's going for light, so it's very tall and skinny, and hopefully it will produce some fruit this coming year.
And it's got a little side of it that gets some sunlight, but this isn't the sunny side most of the time, right?
Well,
I mean, in Florida, there's sun everywhere.
yeah, this is the east side of the tree. Of course, the top is the best place for the sun.
Yeah.
But also, this time of year, the south side of the tree gets more light.
sun.
And so, it's darn healthy, and hopefully we get a good crop.
Yeah, awesome.
You just lift me up over on so I can sit on this one.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the ferns have been very happy under here, so that's a lovely look, I think. We've got seedlings all over the place, so that's fun potential new varieties. We have, here's another seedling, but this I'm pretty sure is an older Mogoba seedling. I know I didn't plant it there.
Now this one's on the opposite side,
Yeah.
but it doesn't look like it's necessarily healthier, larger, or, I mean, I don't know when the seedlings, of course, dropped, but the one on the other side looks as healthy, if not more so.
Yeah,
And it gets less sun.
This is mostly like a two-dimensional tree, and
Because it backs up against the giant Mogoba, right?
yeah, so yeah, I think that last season we got flowers, two different bloom spikes on this tree, but we didn't get the fruit.
yet.
So
Still
hopefully,
eagerly awaiting
Yeah.
this variety.
hopefully we'll get to taste it soon.
So I see flowers here on this mystery mango.
Yeah, this one is actually Glen,
Oh,
and
very nice.
so we have some bloom in this area of the tree. Actually, I have added some varieties to this too, so it's possible there might be 2 other varieties that fruit this year, but it might be a little bit too soon for them to fruit, the newer ones. Yeah.
Because the grafts are recent.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see some of the buds getting ready to push out flowers. Right? Little buds there?
Yep.
Little baby ones. So is there a difference, like if you're looking to tell leaf growth potentially, or potentially flowers, do the little buds look different? Is one maybe rounder and one maybe more pointy?
Yep, you got it. You got it. Yeah, I mean, you can just do your monologue. You don't need me on this one.
So basically, it's just a way to help identify if your tree, if you see bud growth coming out, and let's say it's late in the year, and maybe you wanted to still do grafting, you can kind of a little bit identify whether that's going to push out flowers, which you don't want to use to graft necessarily, or versus leaves, which is obviously what you do. So the flower budlets are more pointed, right?
Yeah, and what I would like to mention also is that if you happen to graft something that does flower, it's not a deal killer.
It could
necessarily. It still has the potential after the flower is off for the scion to produce leaves.
Sure.
Just depending on the weather.
But if for some reason it made flowers and it produced fruit, you would definitely want to support that graft or remove the fruit.
Yeah, I would say if it's a new graft, you don't want to have it produce fruit.
Yeah.
I had a small mango tree, like very small, and I grafted Rosa onto it, and it produced a fruit, but then the plant died because it was too much. I mean, it was supporting the fruit,
Yeah,
not itself.
too much
Yeah.
for the tree. Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, we've got a few things going on here. As I said, I think I put a few scions of another variety, but then this next tree over is extremely productive. I'm not sure if you know
this
what the
Kuklong Krong?
no.
No, we haven't got around to that yet.
No, yeah, that's this.
The only ones I know of over on this side are the one we thought was Shirazama from the video we did last year, and Kuklong Krong.
Kathy.
Oh, you have Kathy over here. Oh, you mentioned it earlier when we were doing the tour up front. My bad. This one doesn't look like it's got as clumping a growth style, so it kind of tricked me a little bit.
Yeah, we're all into tricking you.
Oh no, that was Kaylee K that was up there. We had a
Yes.
potted Kathy.
Yeah, we got
And we have some
got a
little baby fruit.
fruit here. And we have a little caimito, but it doesn't get much water. I've been trying to fix that, but that is the issue with this particular tree, is it doesn't get a lot of water.
And one of the observations that I've made, just for somebody who's never grown caimito before, it seems like when you put them in the ground, they need consistent watering and don't like to get dry. They drop their leaves, it seems like, fairly quickly if they get dried out, and it's hard to recover them back.
Yep, it's. I mean, we do have green leaves, so where there's green,
Yep.
there's a lot of hope. But we have this other caimito over here that is doing quite nicely. And I put both of the caimito in this general area because it is a little bit lower than the surrounding ground,
Yeah.
and so if it rains, that gets more
A little
water
more moisture.
here.
And they're such
yeah.
pretty trees. The leaves being kind of a tan or brown underneath, and then vivid green on top. They're just really pretty trees. And they make fruit.
Yeah, and the fruit is nice. Caimito, of course, is also called star fruit.
Star apple.
Or star apple, I'm sorry. I'm into...
I do that too.
Yeah, it's carambola season, so star fruit is on my mind,
Oh,
but
look
this
here.
is star apple.
Right there's a baby.
Yeah, and there's our star.
Yeah. Looks like it's an only child right now, but
Yeah, hopefully we'll have a few fruit. Yeah, this is one of the Lara varieties. So,
and that's from
Lara,
Julian.
Yeah, Julian Lara.
Julian Lara.
Yeah, so they selected a few varieties. I think years ago they went and bought a bunch of caimito from a caimito farm, and then evaluated the fruit, planted the seeds of the fruit that they liked, and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so that is one of the child of those.
And then
that
we
project.
planted a couple of Hippolytos as well, right? And
Yes.
those didn't originate on Julian's farm, but he is the one responsible for bringing them into the United States, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So here we are again at the Mogoba, and I think I know at least what this used to be, maybe not what it is, but this used to be Big Jim. Is that right?
Right, and I'm pretty sure it is a seedling of Mogoba just because there were no other mango trees around.
In the area. So this was a seedling that dropped.
It was well before the time that I moved here 26 years ago. So this is an old tree. And Big Jim is, has a little color to it. It's fairly large fruit. And for some reason, I thought because it was like producing fruit, this particular tree, and we were trying to experiment with Ryan in different situations, I actually cut back this tree seriously and grafted Ryan onto it.
And Ryan's a classically flavored, fairly good sized fruit, right?
Yeah, it's a delicious fruit, except for in some circumstances it doesn't produce a lot. And so I was, trying to give it different circumstances.
Sure.
And
Where it
stuff.
may have a chance to get more cross-pollination or something like that.
Yeah,
maybe.
possibly, whatever it's grafted onto as more, hormones
rootstock
going,
has-
that kind of
got it.
going. So
The
anyway,
name Big Jim, though, where does that name come from?
Well, Big Jim comes from two different Jameses that I knew. One was such a wonderful man. Well, both were wonderful, actually. The first, Jim that I knew was actually a previous owner of this property.
Oh, wow.
And Jim Eckler, and he was such a wonderful man. He was so supportive when I bought this. He was like, "Well, I'm going to help you out as you're getting, getting
Established.
going and
Yeah.
stuff like that." Just the nicest guy. And then the other one was a favorite mango customer. And he was retired military, then he was a postal carrier, and then he got into mangoes big time. And he had a fairly big piece of property, and he just kept buying mango trees. But he was James Bullard was his name, and just the nicest guy. So anyway, this Big Jim tree was named after both of them, and then it was like I put the
Ryan
variety,
sign.
the Ryan that was like just a little frustrating in its original place on here to see if that would trigger it to bloom. And but maybe it did a little bit, but it wasn't as dramatic as I thought it would
Sure.
be. And so then I cut it back to go back to Big Jim. And I'm not sure if it got cut back far enough to get to the original tree or not. So I'm waiting for fruit this
To see whether it
season.
has to.
And anything that's not Big Jim is going to be cut
Come back
back,
off.
and so that it can return to its Big Jim state of.
And something I thought was interesting most recently is, and kind of a little bit of a heritage of the farm, and to preserve this variety that has such significance to the farm, you can now purchase your own 1 gallon Big Jim tree on themangoplace.com, right?
Yeah, we did make some Big Jim trees, and it is a variety that people were asking for, and so while it's not well known or anything,
Yeah.
we just made the trees anyway because it is a nice variety. It doesn't have like the dramatic colors to the skin, just a little bit of blush to it, but yeah,
Nice big
just-
fruit,
Yeah,
and it's just a really cool way to make sure that the heritage of this tree and the history of it stay alive, because they'll be in other people's yards and like that. So it can never go away again. It's like when you put something on the internet, it's never going away.
Yeah, you're still regret those pictures.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it was college. So here we have examples of some other 15-gallon trees that were not up front. This is just another kind of nursery holding area, or is there anything unique or special about these varieties? Are you doing any witchcraft of grafting or anything?
No, what I did was I put some 15-gallon trees here because I could keep an eye on them. I could keep them watered, and I could, I have a place that is just designated for these 15 gallons, and I sort of had the stadium seating thing going on, and so we have the ones in the back are slightly higher than the other ones, and then I used a bunch of old hurricane shutters for this the 7 gallons in the back, and so
Nice. That's an awesome repurpose or up something.
alternative use.
Yeah, there you go. Now I'm noticing here, this is a pretty little tree with tons of flowers on it. I didn't know we had a white piri
Yeah,
that was this size. I want a white piri.
yeah, that is one that is sort of hard to find.
So there's some nice varieties up here as well.
Yeah, so and then of course I had an orchid, so I had to have it growing. I put some of that burlappy kind of thing from the coconut palms.
Yeah.
Wrapped that around so it had something to attach to.
Awesome. Now this looks like kind of an open area, which is not common on your property, I've noticed. And it looks like there is a stump here.
Yeah, this was actually a sea bean here, which the sea beans travel around the world in the oceans. And a long time ago, there was a friend of mine cleaned the beaches, and he had like the tractor with the rake and everything like that. And I thought, well, That's great because, like the seaweed and stuff has a lot of nutrients
nutrition in it, yeah.
And so I asked him if he could, when he got a fairly clean load, which, a lot of times people put garbage in the ocean. And so I didn't want to have to go through a ton of garbage, that, maybe he could put it here. And so he did, and apparently there was a sea bean in the bunch of stuff that was here, and it grew. And it's a pretty nice plant, but you're not going to be.
It's not a mango.
It's not even.
And it's
really
taken up quite a bit of it's taken quite a bit of space.
Yeah. So anyway, eventually, sea bean had to go, and I think this mango tree is probably a lot happier for it.
And then this is the ice cream Julie combo, right?
Right. Yeah. So I put the two smallest varieties that I could think of at the time.
Sure.
And the Julie
and you can
the
kind of
ice cream.
see the change in leaf pattern color between the two. I'm assuming it's this section here is the Julie and that's the ice cream.
Yeah.
Is that
I
a
believe,
right guess?
I believe you're correct. Well, we can, have the final determination during when the fruit are on it, right? All of these used to be Neelam, and Neelam's a nice variety, but there were a lot of fruit. We had actually sold a lot this last season because of cutting these trees way back, and so we pulled the fruit off of them.
And Neelam is nicknamed the branch breaker, right?
It's a fairly small tree, and the fruit are small, but they are very productive.
Tons, and very late season variety. Some Indian spice, so if that's your jam, it's a very good late season variety with a lot of productivity, fairly small fruit, but very tasty.
Yeah. So anyway, we had to cut these back because they were getting too big. And, whenever we cut things back, I think it's a grafting opportunity.
Sure, absolutely.
And so all of these trees have Neelam and at least some Julie on them. Both are very small trees or small growth or slow growth habit and stuff. And so,
while you have Julie at other places, this is kind of ground zero for Julie on the farm, right?
Well, probably just a few steps away from ground zero.
And then before we get there, this one on the corner is producing so much fruit. What would this be? I think I know.
Yeah, I was thinking it was him cigar. Now, somebody I know that looked at the tree said it's not. So we're going to see
what
once
it is.
The fruit gets here. Like we'll have some.
I'm curious what their I was curious what their guess was because you told me that you believed it was him cigar, but when I first saw it, I thought it was plum cameo.
No, it's. I would say definitely not that.
Not that.
There's just like so many varieties, and the leaves on some varieties look identical to leaves on other varieties.
Sure. So here is actually, when we were up front, what I was mentioning about the tall Julie trees and Julie flowering ground zero right now.
Yeah, we have like 4 trees here, and they are all lovely.
They're just beautiful, perfectly shaped trees.
And what's funny about this is, years ago I had this idea of grafting Julie high instead of, like usually they're down near the roots that, are grafted. And I had these tall Julies, of course there's very few leaves on them at the time. Nobody wanted to buy them at all. And so I'm like, what the heck? I'm planting them. And now everybody who sees it is in love with them.
I regret not having gotten one, but the Julies I've seen on the farm here, they have a very short bushing habit. And I would think that there would be a lot of desirability to elevate a tree like that to a point where you can mow under it. The fruit is not dragging on the ground, harder for animals to get to, but then just the shape of the trees, it's just like the perfect lollipop shape. And so sometimes there is benefit to using different grafting techniques for different desired outcomes.
Yeah, it's just a matter of, like having a goal for the tree. And so, you because of it, I wanted it off the ground and everything. So then, in order to do that, you graft high.
And there's 4 of these here or 3?
There are 4.
There's 4 of them, yeah. And they make just such a pretty walkway.
Yeah, and the thing is now they've gotten big and I've started growing into each other. So my goal is, or my vision is that we will have these trees producing Julie fruit, And then after the fruit is off, the trees are getting trimmed back, and so that there's more space
They
in
retain
between,
their shape.
and they can grow a little bit, and have some space to to thrive individually.
When we were on the previous section, I talked about how flies are a lot of the pollinators for mangoes. There's just flies everywhere right here, just buzzing all over the flowers, I was noticing. And there's also, there's a couple there. Yeah, they're just all over. They are your friends. They are making your mangoes right now. And I did notice, and of course these smell amazing. The flowers, just especially so condensed here, smell amazing. But then I also noticed there's already some baby Julie fruit, and fairly good size baby Julie fruit.
Well, we like them a little bigger before we eat it.
Yeah, you have to use a very small knife and fork.
Teeny, teeny.
But for this time of year, and
Yes.
that stage of development is nice.
Yeah, so often Julie is one of our first varieties to fruit. And part of it is the fruit doesn't have to grow as much as some of the larger variety fruits, or larger fruit varieties. And then looking good.
This last tree right here is kind of your madman's playhouse, I think, or whatever. It's got a little of everything here and there. I know there's a pedigree over there. I see a graft here. So what's the vision or story here?
Well, this tree just started growing. If I see a seedling tree, it's a prime target for grafting. So I did, a lot of times I'll have a scion and, wonder what to do with it. And so I just,
And this tree's here.
Put it on there.
And this is a fresh graft. This is a very mature graft, it looks like.
Yeah.
That took very nicely.
Yeah, actually, that was taking so nicely, I had to cut back the branch. You see, it's
I do see that.
Got the triple branches up there because it was shooting right up into the stars.
So this one is just a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Yeah, just, I put piva over here.
Piva is the variety that people use for, some varieties can be dwarfed by an intermediate graft piva.
Right.
Oh, but look at all the tags.
Rock, yeah.
There's a nice graft, and that is, I can't read that. Oh, black mango.
Black mango.
Wow, that is a rare one.
Blackie, yeah, little blackie.
That says B22, not P22.
Right, that's a different variety.
Wow.
22.
So there's all hidden little gems in here. Oh, I see Mercurial Marvel. That's another little hidden gem.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna have to pay more attention to what's going on this tree.
Yeah, we try and keep things from you. Yeah, it's just one of those things that it's nice to have a tree that is easy to graft onto, and in case you have a scion of something, just put it.
It helps preserve the variety, even if you don't have a spot for stuff, and to taste stuff for the first time too.
Yeah, and it's one of those things I've mentioned before, that if I have a variety that I think has potential, I don't want just one plant, because if that plant dies, then
you've lost the variety.
Yeah, so this is a way to sort of keep them all in one area and see how they develop.
Absolutely.
I mean, not everything on this tree is going to survive. The panel evaluation.
Yeah, exactly. The taste testing part of the adventure. Yeah. And I see there's definitely bloom on this side. Something's blooming, and the stem of the panicles is a vivid ruby dark red. And over here, there's some pale ones. And I've noticed there's different colors for different varieties, or do you think that's just different stages of development in this case?
Oh, there's plenty of varieties on this one.
Yeah,
so
I would probably a different variety.
The odds are with, it's a different variety kind of thing. So this one over here, it's flowering. Hopefully we'll get fruit from this coming season. And it's the first flowers we've gotten from candy corn.
Oh, very nice. If it made actual little candy corns, that would be super cool.
Yeah, but it's hard to wrap them in plastic, right?
Exactly. It definitely looks like there's some female flowers here, so I think, and we've got friends pollinating, so there should definitely be potential.
Yeah, we're hoping for a good season for all of the plants are, in the grove, and it just really is beyond our control, though. We do what we can to keep the plants alive, but then there's the weather element.
So as far as the grand tour, this is kind of a little hidden area or not like frequently shown area, right? I've watched your videos for years and I've rarely seen this other than maybe the Julies.
Right. I mean, it's like there's so many different areas in the Grove, and we try to make videos to show people what's going on in different places, because it's really not possible for tours and stuff like
Sure.
that. But everybody's interested, and so hopefully they have gotten their curiosities satisfied
For at least this section.
Yes.
So this is the end of this part. Will you see me again?
I'm counting on it.
So at least one more section I'll be walking through with you, right?
Yep, it sounds good.
All right. Well, thanks for showing me around.
Thanks for coming around. So fortunately, today we have Har Mahdeem here to go through this section of the Grove. Har Mahdeem is somebody who has been working with tropical fruit trees for how many years?
Since I was 8.
Oh, so like 3 years ago. No, I'm just kidding. So it's been a long time, and you've spent many of your years at Zill's working with Gary and such, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
And his father before him.
yeah, so Lawrence and Gary.
And Walter.
Yeah, so he's part of the Zill family practically. But yeah, a lot of experience with mango trees. You do consulting now. You go to homes and groves for consulting, and you're quite good at grafting also.
Yeah, custom grafting, such as making cocktail mango trees.
Mm-hmm.
Almost always grafting mangoes. Try my hand at other things once in a while, often with less success.
Yeah, you get what works with mangoes, and it doesn't always work with other tropical fruit quite as well. But anyway, we're here to go through this area of the Grove, which is sort of an interesting collection of all sorts of things. We've got a couple of mango trees here. I've top worked some of them recently, and so we have one part of the tree is a Ceci Love, but then we have all sorts of grafts on them. Like, for instance, here's a fairly recent graft. We'll see what, and then Paige, a lovely mango. We have a large Page tree in another part of the Grove, but can't have enough Page. Nice fruit. Yeah, and Ceci Love is this part of the collection here. So also very nice fruit. But what I was thinking you might be able to talk about, Har, is, for instance, this tree.
It's in the same family as the Annonas, but it's not in the Annona genus. The scientific name is Meogene cylindrocarpa. It's native to eastern Australia. The seed was sent to me by Mr. Crafton Clift when he was working at a botanic garden in Thailand. And one of his co-workers was from Australia, so the seed went a long route and got here, and no one seemed to know an English name for it in Australia or anywhere else. So I named it fingersop, because one flower produces several fruitlets in a cluster, like the northern pawpaw or some of the other species in this family that are not in the Annona genus. So the fruits are like finger-sized and bright red when they start to ripen. They're green earlier, then bright red, and then a dark burgundy when they're fully ripe. The skin is edible, thank goodness, because there's not a lot of pulp. There is a lot of seeds. So it's pretty tasty, and where the seeds fall under the tree in the leaf litter, they germinate and come up. They don't seem to grow as well if you plant them buried the way we plant most seeds. So if you do get seeds from them, just get some leaf litter and put the seeds on top of the ground and cover with leaf litter in the shade, and of course water them and they'll come up. This tree is pretty old already. I'm guessing it's like 10 years or so old. They start out very slowly, but eventually they pick up speed. I have one in my yard that's about 15 feet tall.
Yeah, it has this Christmas tree kind of shape to it, but you've mentioned before that you can trim it and without injuring the tree or the potential growth and such. The season for the fruit, I mean, right now I don't see anything on it, but recently we had one fruit. What is your typical?
I found one on mine a couple weeks ago too, but mostly in the summer. Pretty heavy crop.
Yeah, it's a very tasty fruit, and it's one that I think you wouldn't get gained weight eating.
No.
It's tasty, but it's not like eating an apple or something. It's not going to fill you up. It's a very, very good fruit, though.
And maybe you wouldn't take the fruit to the table. It's more of trail food that you munch on when you're outdoors and spit out the seeds as you go.
Yeah. So, here's just
A lovely mame.
Yeah, this is like it's part of my collection of potted plants that I haven't decided what to do with yet. So that's the common theme, but it's
a little finger sop right here.
Yeah, that's
and another one.
Yeah, this takes years to get from a seed to this size. The seeds are about the size of a peppercorn. Is that fair?
Yeah.
But they look like mini hamburgers. They're flat and round, it takes years to get to this size. But it is a pretty plant and unusual, very very unusual. Even now, I mean, I know you've we're a person that has distributed some plants around and such, but it's still fairly rare. We have this tree here. Well, I guess we've got a couple trees going on, but we have seacrest on part of this tree over that side, and then on this side we have it's one of, oh yes, I knew it was an H. On this side we have Francis Hargrave, and so it looks like we've got a lot of fruit set on Francis here, but not quite as much on
Francis Hargrave, which is very different from Madame Francis.
Yes, definitely. This over here is more Francis Hargrave, so we've got potentially a lot of fruit. Last year, I think was the first year that we got fruit from this tree, and there wasn't much of it. So fortunately, it looks like we'll have more this season. We have some miracle fruit plants too. So they're fruiting at the moment. All these red fruit are ready to pick, and then we've got some little green fruit, so that should be ready in a few weeks. Miracle fruit, of course, is called that because it changes the way you taste things after you slowly eat one of the fruit, and generally people will try to taste a lemon after tasting the fruit or having the fruit coat their tongue, and the lemon then tastes more like an orange. It gives it a sweet flavor.
And persons who have a metallic flavor in their mouth from chemotherapy sometimes get relief by sucking on miracle fruit.
That's yeah, it's nice. There's so many little home remedies or whatever. For one of the things that comes to mind is the noni. A lot of people go for the fruit of the noni because it's so good for you. I had one customer that would buy that whenever we had it, and she said that she would, would hold her nose when she ate it, but she did it because it was good for her. Yeah.
Rotten cheese smell.
Yeah, I do like the noni leaves. Those are I think are fairly nutritious, and they don't have the same impact as the fruit
Do you eat
does.
them cooked or raw?
I just eat them raw, but I don't eat a lot of them. So if there is something that you shouldn't have a lot of, I'm not at risk. This is peanut butter. Oh, I missed this. Oh,
Here's a lovely custard apple, or bullock's heart, Annona reticulata, one of the species that I did a lot of breeding with when I was breeding Annonas at Zills.
so what were some of your successes there at Zills?
None of them were released that I bred with Annona reticulata, except one that people are calling Red Geffner, which I dislike that name. It was the 47-18. I consider it tasteless, but it's gorgeous and super productive, so people have been spreading those around. I don't consider it a commercial variety at all, but somehow it got out there.
Yeah. And so here's another custard apple here. In between is a peanut butter tree. So
Or peanut butter marmalade fruit.
yeah. So the fruit are fairly small, but they definitely are reminiscent of peanut butter. So sort of fun, especially if you have kids who like peanut butter but are also old enough to not eat the seed. I don't think there's any harm in the seed other than it could get caught in their throat or something.
If you swallow it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course the fruit does have a red, berry jam color, so peanut butter marmalade fruit. Long name.
So this
Flowering.
yeah, this tree I top worked with apricot from Walter Zill. So it has produced fruit in the past, and hopefully will produce some more fruit this year. These are it's our one one custard apple here. But yeah, the rest of the tree, as far as I can tell, is empty.
And there's nothing wrong with these leaves. It's the time of year when they're getting ready to drop.
So I guess I should mention this plant here, which is rather large and used to be much bigger. This is used to be a live lychee tree, and the lychee tree had a couple of issues. One was that there was a Aranos mite that was attacking it years ago, and the remedy was to spray it every 2 weeks with sulfur, and that didn't work out for us. And then the other problem with lychees here was it's not a tropical fruit, but a subtropical fruit, and requires more chill than what we get often. And so it was a nice tree when it produced, but it was awfully big, and the root system is all over the place here, which was preventing some trees from really establishing. So anyway, now it is home to, it was always home to this particular tree. A seed apparently dropped. Nobody planted it, so maybe a squirrel dropped it or whatever. And over the years, this grew here, and it has actually flowered. So, I saved it, let it keep growing here, I should say. You can see there's one small fruit up on that top of that tree over there. So hopefully we'll get to taste the fruit, because when it's an unknown seed that has, know if you're going to be getting a variety that you're already familiar with.
There's a lot of fruit up here on this side.
Yeah, just a chance seedling that possibly a squirrel happened to drop the seed in that area and it started to grow. It was amazing because this lychee tree was huge and continues to be huge. It's very hard wood, so it doesn't rot very quickly. And the seed was right next to the base of the tree, very little soil in there. But it has survived over the years, and hopefully we'll get fruit this year.
As I recall, the plan was to plant some kind of a vine here.
Yeah, I do have dragon fruit and a monstera here to climb up, but so far they haven't really embraced that.
No.
And I think that part of the problem with the lychee is that it's such smooth wood that I'm not sure how well, it might take them a while to start gripping onto it. So these are just sort of random things I didn't know where to put, and
One looks like pond apple.
some of them are in the sort of in process thing. For instance, this side of the plant has been grafted, but not this side, and that kind of thing. This was in a pot, and I thought nobody is going to want to buy this tree because it's so weird. And so I figured I'd plant it here and see how it does, because I sort of like unusual looking things.
An artistic plant.
Yeah, it's a very free spirit. So, yeah, we have just a few more things I've in this area. White sapote seeds. So we have only a few of them that survived. Like right here is one, right here, and then this canistel. That I thought it'd be good to have. Canistel is a pretty tree. This one is not a good indicator of that because of it, having some nutrition issues at the moment. But I was barely able to fit a canistel seed in between the roots coming off of that tree. And so, it survived enough to get to this point, but that was years ago that I planted the seed. It definitely was a lot of work for the tree. So here is last thing in the collection in this area. And we've got 2 papaya plants. And one of the nice things about them is their fruit are very reachable. I appreciate that, especially when it's in this area. But they also are, differ somewhat in shape. I plant papaya seeds from papayas that I like that have grown in the grove, and this is just the result of that. Or 2 instances of the result, because I have more papaya trees around. But I did try a little experiment this time, and had a lot of dragon fruit plants that needed to have something happen to them. And so I tied up some dragon fruit onto the papaya, thinking possibly it will grip onto it. It's a lot smoother wood than, like, for instance, mango. So I'm not sure how that's going to work out, but I do like to try little experiments from time to time. This other one does not have dragon fruit growing tied to it, and so that was probably because it is more in the shade. This is getting some sun, and I thought it might have a chance of surviving. But anyway, that's pretty much it. I really appreciate you coming over, Har, and commenting on all sorts of things.
Yeah.
You've seen all sorts of people's.
And I'm working by myself. I don't know what some of these are that you've described today.
Well, there's always more to learn in plant world, and the tropical fruit community is vast and varied. So there's a place for everyone. If you're interested in growing some plant that is going to produce fruit, South Florida is a place to. I think it's the easiest place to grow most of this fruit.
Yep.
But anyway.
Not as windy as Hawaii, and no volcanoes.
Yeah, no volcanoes.
We do have the hurricanes. I have a thornless peach palm in my yard that has started fruiting several times and then been broken off at the base by tropical storms or hurricanes. It's a clustering palm, so the smaller ones in the cluster keep growing, so I haven't lost it, but I haven't eaten a peach palm fruit yet, and it's been there for over 30 years.
Whoa. Yeah, you are a patient kind of guy, I guess, because I hope that you have some peach palm fruit this next season. Well, Sergio's here to tell us what varieties are on these trees. This is a seedling tree here, and I've started to graft a few things on it, but it's mostly seedling. Okay. But we had older projects here. This, I believe, is Saitong. And Namdak, my cousin. And then we have these were huge seedlings ages ago, and so I just tried to put a lot of interesting varieties on them. And we have some areas, possibly this area, it doesn't look. I was thinking that was Julie, but it doesn't really look like Julie flowers, but possibly Juliet. We have Angie on this tree, and Julie and Juliet, all sorts of things. So it will be fun, more fun next year because of getting that can of paint out, painting the branches once we pick the fruit so that we have it easy for all the years in the future. But right now, this is, largely unmarked, and it is easy to tell what parts of the tree are what when we have fruit. So, got to come back during the fruit time, say, oh yeah, that does look like it.
How long ago did you start this project?
Oh, it was several years back. I would say like maybe 5 to 8 years ago. So everything's pretty well established. Every once in a while I'll add something to a random tree, but I'm trying to control myself because it does make things complicated when they have a lot of varieties on the same tree.
I've actually overstressed the tree that way before too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a lot of them initially stayed green for a couple weeks, and then eventually they all just died and left like maybe 2 towards the middle.
Ooh, sad times then. Yeah. Darn. Okay, so.
But the tree was still a little bit younger, nothing compared to something established like this. Do you think it would be Moldova seedlings because of how big they are, or do you think it just could be?
We do have Moldova seedlings under the Moldova tree, but I don't think these are because the canopy has never gone out this far. This is fun. One of Gary Zill's varieties. You recognize it?
Not by appearance, no.
Sugar loaf.
Ooh.
So yeah, very nice fruit. Named it because of the flavor, pineapple kind of flavor. So we have, more things that I'm not completely certain what variety this is, but it looks like we'll have a significant amount of fruit to label that branch.
Yeah, different parts of the tree are blooming.
Yeah. Yeah, this tree is definitely taller than I'd like because, it's hard to see the fruit, to check and see if it's ready to pick or not when it's way up on top of the tree. But, it's sort of nice every once in a while to have a bigger tree. But bottom line is it's going to be shorter after the fruit is off. There's a few seedlings in here, so I'm trying to not.
No, I like that, the way you're marking them.
Yeah, I sort of ran out of stakes and patience, so only some of them are marked. So this is a tree that has small fruit on it at this point.
I remember picking this a couple seasons ago. Is it rosy?
Yeah, rosy gold. Yes. Good job. Yeah.
It's really holding fruit and enthusiastic.
Yeah, it definitely, this particular variety can flower early and fruit early. And this is, I know people whose rosy gold is ahead of this as far as the development of the fruit. But for us, it's going to be, it seems like it's going to be one of our first fruit, just because of, it's already set a lot of fruit.
Yeah, it looks like it. I think that's some of the biggest ones we've seen so far.
Yeah. So this is just a seedling tree, as far as I know. So that means I'm going to be top working it. So it looks nice, but I need to cut it back and make it a little bit more manageable. And this is one of our many lemon meringue trees. It's something I always have to remember to duck because of some of these branches being low. Hit my head once or twice, but yeah, this is looking pretty good.
Wow. Yeah, it is.
Let's see what we have.
Very happy tree.
Yeah, there's I see a little bit of flowers up there and here,
and on
but
this side.
Yeah, this whole tree probably will explode in bloom. Then here we have coconut cream.
Oh, very nice.
So yeah, this is, you just put it here. I can, water it with a hose. We're on top of a hill right now, and it's sand, and so you definitely have to be able to keep the plants alive until they get a big root system. And this is near the hose, so that's reason why it's looking good, because it gets enough water.
It gets lots of love. It's super happy.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll get lots of fruit, because that's definitely a popular variety.
Yeah. I think that's one people constantly ask for. Like you said, it's very, very popular.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the most productive variety. And so even, I'm hoping this year is going to be a very good year, but there's a lot of flowers, but you never know how much fruit you're going to get until the time comes. Yeah. This area, we've got a couple of seedlings, 3 seedlings, I think. And, of course, I got to stick science on them. The seedling itself might, have good fruit. It's like that's where good fruit comes from, is seedlings. But you don't know for sure until, like many years later what it's going to be like. So I put a few varieties on here so that we'd have some fruit hopefully sooner than the other part, the seedling part of the tree would fruit. So this is a seedling tree here, And the seedling tree might produce really good fruit. I have no idea. I don't know what the seed was that was planted here. So when it started to get nice and lush, what I started to do was graft. And so this is a graft here that is looking sort of weird. It's got like all these places where it looks like leaves are coming out. But hopefully it's leaves, because you really don't want flowers to come off of scion, fresh scion. But then I also have grafted other places. So this right here is completely grafted over here and here. So I sort of go crazy in this situation and I just keep grafting wherever. And so we got here, we've got another one here. With these, here's a nice big graft. Yeah, I'm trying for certain combinations of fruit, and that's one of my experiments there. This is all grafted. Now it's really tall, and I don't like to have real tall trees, so I'll probably cut it back to about here so we get branches and it won't be quite as vertical.
It just looks super happy.
Yeah, it's going to town, but yeah, gotta definitely control the height, because this is in the winter that it's growing this much.
Yeah.
We need to get it all set, get in the right size range.
Do you ever, on seedlings, do you ever put down any potassium to encourage the fruiting as well?
We have done that, not for all of them, but we have done that. It really, really made a big difference when Har put both the gypsum and the K-mag on the white sapote tree. We just got so much more fruit than we ever had before. So so the nutrients really do make a difference. We can actually go take a look at that tree down here, the white sapote. Okay, so we have a lot of grafts on this tree. Just, two here. I mean, there's got to be at least 10 grafts. And so hopefully we'll get some new varieties out of, some of these branches. But the main thing that I want to do soon is to make this shorter, because it's just going to get more and more out of reach. It's hard to top work really tall stuff. It's nice to keep it at a very manageable height to work on. And so like sometime in the next few weeks, probably this tree will become shorter, but I'll have to make sure that I don't cut off any of the new grafts, because that's sort of the goal is to grow those out. So it's looking healthy. It's got some stuff on it, some new varieties on it, and we'll just sort of have to see.
Will you just eliminate the ones that are also not grafted, or will you eventually top work those as well?
Yeah, I sort of.
I had a feeling.
Yeah, I try to put stuff on every possible branch, but yeah, we'll see. This is sort of funny here. You know how we got rid of all of our lychee trees?
Yeah.
I think that this might be like one that didn't actually get totally eliminated. It just got cut back.
Almost like the phoenix mango.
Yeah, it's coming to life again. This, of course, needs to go. That's just a,
olive tree?
It's a seedling of some sort. I don't know where it came from.
Do you remember what lychee tree this one was?
No.
I only asked because I recently started getting into lychees too, and I got a couple of trees.
Oh yeah, what kind did you get?
Brewster and Mauritius.
Yeah, yeah. I think most of them were Brewster, but I had Brewster and Mauritius. Yeah, but this could be Sweetheart. Okay, so here we are in jackfruit land, and I used to have a lot more jackfruit trees, but yeah, we've got some fruit hanging.
Wow.
That's nice.
This is a fruit that I just tried and I fell in love with this past recent year. Every other time that I've had it, it's been like overripe and I didn't like the flavor. This year I got it at the right time and just fell in love with them. Oh, the smell's amazing. I can smell the flowers too.
Oh, we got some down close to the ground here.
Yeah.
Those are pretty big. This one's getting there, but these, this fruit gets to be very big on some. The tree itself has to be fairly substantial to hold the fruit, but they're sometimes difficult to carry for long distances because they're it's very heavy. But this is. I think this one here is China, I'm pretty sure. We had other jackfruit, and I just kept the strongest varieties, and the China is just very popular, so hopefully we get some fruit on that this year.
Nice.
Not sure if there's anything happening at the moment.
And you would think, being right next to the other one, that this one would be flowering and fruiting just as much.
Yeah, it's just different.
Season.
In a different variety and such. Oh, look at this! Got a teeny weeny. So we're trying to grow some avocados on the hill. It's sort of a tough environment for them, but that's Maria Black, and that hopefully we'll make it because I like avocados, and it's just that we haven't had very many, except for our Lula. We had Lula avocados last year. Those are very nice.
Those are delicious.
Yeah. I tried. I've got some small Russell avocados planted, and so hopefully, they'll grow fast.
That's one that I haven't tried. That I know is one of your favorites. So I bought it. I got a tree.
Yeah. It's so we have this tree here, which I believe is orange sherbet.
Wow.
And
this thing is loaded.
It is blooming.
Wow.
Yeah, it's such a perfect sky to be looking at the flowers and see the blue up there. It's just gorgeous. So, of course, all of these. We have hundreds of teeny fruit, but that's one panicle is only going to support a couple fruit, and so it's nice. It's so enthusiastic, but it's this is not what. It does not represent how many fruit we will have to sell.
It's not going to be like one of those AI generated photos where the whole tree is literally just, you can't see anything but fruit and a couple leaves.
Yeah, I just can't get on board with the AI stuff. It's like, I want reality.
Yeah, it really throws people off seeing stuff like that because then they think, a tree like that can produce and hold that type of fruit. But like you said, 1 or 2 per panicle was actually more realistic.
Yeah. So here is a tree that used to be Kensington Pride, and that's like one of the best varieties, I think, in Australia, and it's not one of the best varieties in Florida. And so what I did was cut this back and started to top work it, and this side is mostly Him cigar, which is the USDA Him cigar, which is a very nice variety, probably a seedling of the actual Him cigar from India. And then we've got some flowers over here, that's nice. But then on this other side, I'm pretty sure I put one of our lemon flavors on this side. So we have 2 strong varieties on a tree that is healthy, but I wasn't crazy about the original variety. So hopefully that works out. And then here's our final stop in the walk. I mean,
wow.
This is happens to be our white sapote, and this tree. I think you were around when it was we first discovered it or whatever, and it was just tall. It was a very tall tree, and the previous owner said that it had never fruited, and so I cut it down. Basically, I cut it back so that it wasn't going to die, but it branched out, and then when it started branching, I got scions of other varieties from California because that's where they seem to grow a lot of white sapote. And so we have 7 or 8 varieties on this tree.
Wow.
And yeah, this last season we had a nice crop and hoping for another nice crop. This is actually a relative of citrus, and the only problem that we've really seemed to have had, and it's mostly with the small trees, not a big tree like this, is the caterpillar of the giant swallowtail butterfly.
I forgot the
Likes
name of
that.
it. Yeah. No, I know. I've seen them in the nursery just devouring the leaves, and they barely leave a,
Yeah.
little thing.
Yeah, I what I do is with the seedling ones. I mean, they'll ring the trunk of a tree.
Really?
Of that. And sometimes
wow.
the seedlings will actually put out a new shoot from like dirt level and survive, but sometimes they don't. So what I do is when I see one of the little caterpillars, so you can see them when you start seeing them when they're very small, is I'll pull them off and I'll put them on this tree because this tree has lots of leaves, and so they will be able to survive on this, and the tree is not going to be really that injured.
Yeah.
But yeah, we grafted all these varieties on here, and so someday we'll actually label them.
But the tree looks very happy.
But look at here, we've got some nice flowers here, and some small fruit.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
This is a fruit that I just recently also got to try and also fell in love with this past year.
Yeah, it just melts in your mouth. It's
Yeah, like you said, decadent, like mouth-watering.
Yeah, yeah. It's like you don't need teeth. It just melts in your mouth. But yeah, this tree. It was crazy because it was just this huge tree, and they said they never got any fruit. And then cutting it back and grafting on varieties, and it has been very productive, especially if it gets the nutrition that it likes.
And that's one that I think most people need to know more about because of how delicious the fruit is. It's a little bit harder here in Florida, like you said, because not many people grow it. I think more people are getting into it now.
Yeah, it's I've heard a lot of people starting to talk about it, and it's I'm growing out the seedlings, so hopefully they'll be big enough to graft onto soon, and so we could actually supply some plants. Yeah. But yeah, I have not yet met a white sapote variety that I haven't liked. It's just like sometimes I don't like the seed. Of course you don't eat the seed, but like sometimes they're sort of a weird shape or whatever. But it's just good.
It is. It's delicious.
Yeah. So anyway, Sergio, I hate to keep you. I mean, the sun is starting to set here, but thanks so much for coming over and helping us walk through this part of the grove and everything. It's always a pleasure to be with you, but especially appreciate all of your input with the little tour that we just took.
Of course, I'm glad to. Thank you.
Thanks. Maybe. So we're here with Shannon to take a tour of the backside of the grove, so
The
to
back
speak.
40?
Yeah, the West 40.
There you go.
Yeah. Right now we're almost to the top of the hill, and so you get a pretty good view of all the stuff that has been planted and just the general landscape. For many years, I did not plant on the hill at all, and certainly not at the bottom. And the reason for not planting here was it's very dry. It's just sand, and it's a harsh environment. You have to really stay on top of watering things until the root system gets developed, and that can take a while for trees like this in this situation. And then the other reason that I wasn't really using this part of the grove was down at the bottom, we had a fairly significant rain years ago, and there was a pond down there for
Standing water.
Yes, for a couple months.
Oh, wow.
And so it was, I thought if anything had been planted there, it would probably have died from too much water.
Now, mango trees, as long as it's not salty water, they can stand in water for a short period of time, right? But it has to drain away pretty quick.
Yeah, and it's, I think, probably varies by the variety of mango and the rootstock it was grafted onto and different things like that. But basically, it was looking very barren and very sandy. And even though we still see sand, it's a lot less sand than it used to be. And we have all these wonderful mango trees.
And there's part of it was I have nervous energy and I get into trouble if she doesn't keep me busy. So I planted all of these in the last year and a half, I guess. And then the opportunity too, because a lot of these trees we're going to find as we go through, they were just mystery trees. They were in 25-gallon pots, some of them getting very, very large. And, we had lost the tags. And so they needed to have something done with them. And, now we're going to find out what all the varieties are, right?
Yeah. And once a tree is in the ground for a while, and of course, getting proper care during that time, like 6 weeks, 8 weeks, something like that, it can pretty much live on its own after, after it gets its root system developed a little bit. Good news is that they're healthy now, and they probably don't need as much care as you were giving them
and that is
early
true.
on.
Yeah, I've backed away on the care. And then, one thing I was, kind of mentioning earlier is you'll see a lot of these trees, like this one has been in the ground, probably one of the oldest ones. This is one of the first ones I planted. The one next to it I just planted. And if you notice, I tried to create kind of a flat surface by building up soil on this side and creating, like I said, a little bowl that is able to hold water rather than just letting it sweep away. The older trees, you see that erodes away, but when I first plant them, I start by packing the soil up, and then I put cardboard and any nutritional supplements, and then I put the mulch over it, and then of course keep the mulch away from the base of the tree. But planting on a hill that's totally bereft of nutrition and anything to hold it in place, this has worked pretty well.
Yeah, so Shannon, of course, this is an avocado tree that came with a house. We have added a few varieties to it, but basically we haven't really gotten avocados since it got cut back, and so it's not really worth talking about if it hasn't given us fruit.
Well, it's a little bit of a mystery, right? Because you're not totally sure of the variety, the base variety. Is that right? You said it came with the house?
Right.
But you've added additional branches to it, which can be a little controversial with avocados. Some people feel...
I like controversy sometimes.
Yeah, some people feel that adding additional varieties to a single avocado tree can cause either rotating crops where, it will take a year off on the primary tree and produce on the extra branch, vice versa. And some people say that it diminishes productivity from the tree overall. So,
well, it was very not productive earlier, so I don't think there's any downside risk.
Well, I know there was at least 3 avocados here at one point because I was mowing and accidentally knocked one off. So I'm now telling on myself.
You have to go stand in the corner somewhere, I guess.
And then this is an amazing black sapote tree, right?
Yeah, it's a huge number of fruit this year.
It's just unbelievable.
But what is frustrating is that black sapote is, it takes a long time for it to be ready to pick.
Yeah.
And if you pick it too soon, forget it. You're never going to like it. So we have, I keep looking for ones. I wait for the top to lift off of the fruit. And those you can't see underneath the cap here at all. And so they are not yet ready. That whole thing has to lift up, at least so that you can see daylight through part of it.
And then this variety is the one that is Pine Island?
Yes, it is.
Pine Island. And then normally, in past years, I feel like there's been less fruit, but each piece of fruit has been a little larger because these are kind of small for black sapote, right?
Yeah, and basically the tree has only so much energy, and so if it is making a whole lot of fruit, they're just going to be all small.
Sure.
I'm just going to see this.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like we had a drop soldier there.
Yeah, I was hoping that the top would have been, like I could have used it as an example of it lifting off, but it's not. It's just dropped young, and it's got problems, and so fortunately there's more than one left on the tree.
Yeah, more than a few. Yeah, absolutely. Feel that nice cool breeze coming through.
Invigorating, right?
Absolutely. Now, this is something I've been anticipating, although it's a recent planting. I know very little about the tree, but it has, well, until the cold weather last night, it had eagerly started to produce fruit. And this is a very unusual variety, right? Or a rarer variety?
Unfortunately,
it's Emperor, something Emperor?
Yeah, I think it's Red Emperor.
Red Emperor,
yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, it would be nice if we could taste the fruit this season, but I'm not counting on it.
This is in a place where I think it gets a little more water than some of the other trees, because it was planted not that long ago, and when you planted it, it was only about this high. And I had initially encouraged you to top it and make scions to make a duplicate, but then it went ahead and tried to make fruit the first year, so I kind of stand corrected on that one. So.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get one fruit from that. I don't want to take off. A lot of times, if the weather's decent, I will thin the number of fruit on a panicle just so that all the energy goes to the ones that are looking most promising. But right now, it's you don't know what cold damage might have happened already.
Yeah, because it can take a couple days to show up.
Yeah.
And then this one, while we're over here, this is a little tree that has angsted me. Well, this spot has angsted me for a while. This is a Nishikawa avocado. It recently got planted. I think this is just a little stress damage, and then obviously it was cold last night because it was pushing out new growth. But this is the third Nishikawa I've put here. There's something has killed each one of the other two.
So, like when you plant a Nishikawa here, it's like a death sentence for the tree.
I said if this one didn't live, I was going to put something not avocado here. I think that, I'm just learning about planting avocados. This hill is kind of challenging. It's all sand, but I think I was actually overwatering, and it's very easy to rot the roots of young avocados. So while this looks like a huge mound, this is actually built on a hill or a little berm, and there's just mulch over it. And I did dig down in the ground deeper to try to loosen some of the sand to help the drainage. So I'm hoping this one lives. So here we are at one of the kiddie pool clamshells, and obviously you can't see the tree right now, but this is a Hawaiian Kona Charwell. I got it from California, or a grower in California, and I immediately grafted it, so I have a backup, but it has been in the ground probably 6 or 7 months, and it was planted as a 5-gallon, and it's just started to push out some really, really nice flowers. So with limited resources for the cold, this was one I wanted to try to protect. And hopefully if it does end up flowering, we can get some photos or get it into another video so people can see what it looks like.
And maybe taste it.
It has a fairly open growth habit with less density of the leaves than some of the other varieties. So that was another reason that I figured it was probably not very cold tolerant, and then, on from that. So. Then down here was a little guy that I grafted and stuck in the ground. This is a reed avocado. It is an offspring of Nabal, which was one of the Wilson Popenoe varieties that were brought into the United States around 1900, 1902, 1904. And it is one of the few avocados that California growers say that you can make into like a hedge. It only gets like Russell, about 15 foot tall. It has a bushy, thick growth habit, produces a very round avocado, kind of like a baseball. You can't miss them if you see one.
This would be a hedge for very small animals.
Yes. Well, in this case, this was a single one, but others could be added somewhere else into a hedge. But it's kind of unusual to get one that has a growth habit that is conducive to that style. So I grafted one up, and it's the smallest avocado that I've put in the ground recently, and so far it's doing really well. Like I said, this hill's been kind of challenging. This next tree here is a Dupuis. It is not cold tolerant at all, which you can kind of already tell, but it's still going through transplant shock anyway. It was a 7-gallon. It lost a lot of leaves as soon as it got transplanted, like I said, just a couple months ago. Hasn't had a chance to recover, and then now with this cold, this is kind of one of them I'm a little worried about, just because it's known to be, frost intolerant. So, this one here, I don't know what part of the story you know of this one, but this avocado tree...
It used to be small, and then it got big, and then it got small.
In the last year and a half or so, since I've been kind of keeping an eye on this, it was my understanding that we didn't know the variety, and it had never produced any fruit or flowers. And so I've been pumping it with nutrition. I've given it some mulch, which is kind of washed away now. I've been watering it. And it has decided, of course, right before the cold snap, to start pushing out a ton of flowers all over. And I hope they live. I hope they stay. If you can see down by the trunk on this side, to me, it has always looked like it was a grafted tree and the grafted part died and there was sprout outs below the graft. And I only say that because the bottom branches are so low to the ground, it doesn't seem super likely that there was a graft that low below that, even, a commercially purchased, avocado tree. So this could be anything, but hopefully we'll get some fruit off of it sometime. So, but it certainly now has a lot of partners to around it to help pollinate it and things like that. It's not a requirement to have an A and B pollinator, but it is nice. So this one is a day avocado. Supposed to be a
night one too?
Yes, exactly. Now you're taking my one-liners. So this is a day avocado. It is goes very well in Florida.
Very popular with people who have tasted a lot of avocados. Day is really high on the list.
Absolutely. And it also is precocious. So it has a reputation for producing fruit at a very young age. I saw this one up at the front gate for sale in a big row of them, and I thought it was in very nice condition. And so I snuck it back here when nobody was looking and put it in the ground. So it's only been in the ground a fairly short a period of time. It was a 7-gallon, but it again is pushing out a round of flowers, or starting to, and right at the perfect time, just as it gets cold. So
yeah, all over the place.
All over the place.
Over here.
As much as I've fought to keep a lot of these alive and give them to grow, they seem like they're all at once starting to flower. And then up by Lola here is a little bitty Maria Black. Maria Black is also a semi-dwarf, or considered more of a dwarfing growth habit. The fruit is obviously dark-skinned, thus the black part of the Maria Black. It's supposed to be a very good variety.
High in oil too.
Yeah, very high oil content. This was a nice kind of, it gets great sun in the summer here, but it's also got some protection, and its natural growth habit seemed to make me feel like it'd be conducive to grow in that spot.
And finally,
and just down the hill from the day tree is a white sapote that you had in a pot, and we know it's grafted, but we had lost the tag. So a lot of the trees that have made their way down into the ground here in the last year are lost children that have no tag. And so we know they're good, but we don't know who they are.
I'm thinking that it was Redlands, though.
You thought it was? Yeah. Okay, because that is one that you've grafted. It's a very popular fruit. It's one of the growers said it was their favorite. I can't remember. I don't think it might have been Julian, but I can't say for sure. And this white sapote that was right next to it, it really wasn't producing a lot of fruit. I know that you have discussed it a number of times. It's a multi-grafted tree with about 7 different varieties. And so this was going to give it a pollinating partner so close to it. For some reason, interestingly, the tree just lost all the leaves off one side. You can see there's fruit in developmental stages. It doesn't look like it's unhealthy, and it's starting to grow the leaves back. But just for some reason, over one weekend, a week or two ago, it just lost all the leaves on the one side. I don't know if it was...
Yeah, it's sort of strange to be on the south side of the tree also, because
Yeah.
you think with the, the weather, the cold snaps and stuff often come from the north, and
Yep.
then you often get strong winds either from like the west or the east, but this is the last direction.
Yeah. And it just bounced right back, but it was kind of interesting. So when this one, the new white sapote kind of grows up, it should be a good pollinating partner, even though there are already 7 different varieties on that tree, including some flowers that are going crazy up near the top. But there's a particular variety of white sapote called Vernon that has a reputation for not only being flavorful, but also one of the best, if not the best, pollinating partner for other white sapotes. It evidently just produces flowers basically year-round. And so the kind of idea there is you might add a branch of Vernon to a non-productive tree or to help with productivity, or you can not only plant a white sapote near another white sapote, but they're a type of growth habit that you can kind of put a couple in the same hole and just kind of let them naturally grow as one tree. But they're very easy to graft too. So
Yeah, that's has a reputation. That and carambola also very easy to
right.
graft
I haven't
too.
tried carambola yet. I didn't know that about that one, but that'll be fun to try. So this was one of them. I forget the name of that because I mix it up with because I can't pronounce it. But this one you can pronounce, and I have to make a new tag for it now that I just broke this one up.
Yeah, Ignacio.
Yeah, there's no chance I could have pronounced that right. But this one's been in the ground. I'll get a new tag for it when we get done. But this one has been in the ground one of the longest. It's been fairly healthy. It had this natural split to it, so we've supported it. The
Got
leaves,
some flowers coming out.
I was gonna say the leaves were a little light colored through the year, but again, it's starting to push out flowers just like the rest of them. So I don't know if they just needed friends around to encourage them, or
maybe that stern talking to that you gave it a while ago.
Exactly, exactly. This here is an Oro Negro, arguably one of, if not the best tasting of Florida grown, commonly grown, yard grown in like that, avocados.
Is it a really similar taste to Maria Black?
Yes, they're considered to be similar. The thing that I've heard the reputation of Oro Negro is that it doesn't have great productivity, but it is generally considered sufficient for a home grower. So some people will, have other varieties, but then also have an Oro Negro because they like the flavor of it, but they have a reputation for being not as productive. But again, just like the others, it's decided for the first time to start flowering. And so, again, it's a common theme here. I don't know if they all got the memo on the same day, or maybe a little bit of the chill that we had the last couple weeks, but the last avocado is, again, a kiddie pool clamshell. This one I got from the same place and pretty much at the same time as the Kona Charwell. This one is Nabal, so this is actually the parent of that one. And Nabal was a variety that was brought over by Wilson Popenoe in like 1901 to 1904 type time frame. There is a couple others that he brought over. This one is supposed to have a very high oil content, very rich flavor, and a hazelnut type flavor to it.
Sounds good.
The shell is so thick. It's also round. The shell is so thick that you can make like guacamole or avocado salads and put it back in the half shell and just serve it in that. And so the combination of the potential flavor and that kind of nifty trick made it appealing to me. So
you couldn't refuse.
Yeah, and I know I've talked a lot, but I planted all of these, so I'm not trying to steal the spotlight away.
This is a Shannon area,
a little experimental area.
Well, except for the things like we have some stuff that is growing out. Let's say the mango.
Yeah,
is not part of the program, and then the trees back there.
Yeah.
But everything else that we've looked at has been Shannon.
Well, and kind of interesting to note because we're filming in the morning after one of the worst cold snaps we've had in forever, and the jackfruit tree over there, we noticed a couple jackfruit tree had immediately dropped a bunch of leaves, and I had read online they're particularly cold intolerant, but they didn't turn brown, they just dropped them.
Yeah, dropped green. Yeah, then that happened with our other jackfruit trees too. So it was, there's lots of microclimates around the grove, but apparently the cold snap, no matter where you were, if you were a jackfruit tree, you didn't like it.
Yep, absolutely.
This tree is looking lovely. It's just loaded with flowers and fruit. Of course, with the cold snap, it's going to be another situation where we lose a lot of the fruit and possibly the flowers. But it sort of has an interesting history. I had planted a bunch of seeds a long time ago and had finally a very small fruit from one of the plants. And I couldn't quite decide what to think of it. It tasted interesting, but it was very small, and you think, well, what the heck? But for some reason, I had one seedling up here, and I grafted it onto that seedling, and now this is the tree. And so it has like all sorts of bloom and young fruit. Of course, a lot of this is going to drop.
Sure. And that would be even if the cold didn't snap, right? I mean, the panicle's not going to hold that.
Right. Each panicle, a lot of panicles will not hold any fruit. They can drop all of the fruit that is hanging right now. And some of them will just hold like one or two. And so, you definitely can't count your mangoes before you pick them, kind of thing. But it is an interesting, it's, related to like the lemon zest mango and such, but it has a very distinctive flavor and stuff. And
very distinct, very good flavor.
Yes, yeah. I'm hoping for a good year. I mean, it looks nice now, but you just can't bank on it because a lot of weather can happen between now and harvest.
It is one of my favorites, so I'll say that. So, and then this here is what was a very small Monty that you swooped in one day and just put in the ground. It was a little bigger than a 3-gallon, was it? It wasn't quite a 7, or it was a small 7.
Yeah, I think it was a 7. But it was busy flowering. We got 3 panicles that have nothing now, and then we have younger ones and ones with small fruit and a little bit bigger fruit.
And it wasn't planted that long ago.
Yeah.
The ones that are over here on this hill are close to where I do a lot of stuff and a garden hose. And whenever, this is a real sandy hill, it doesn't hold water very well, or when you water it holds stuff in place. So all of these trees that were planted back here, I tried to build, when I planted them, I tried to make a bowl like we've talked about to keep water there. But then I've added, supplements. I've put mulch. I even ripped up sections of cardboard that we would have otherwise thrown away and put them around it under the mulch.
Have you met me? I don't throw away cardboard. Yes. Cardboard's a nice source of boron for plants that often are deficient in boron.
Yeah, and it helps hold moisture when you first plant too. And so
it's good for the environment. You're not making more trash.
Exactly. And obviously it eventually just disintegrates. And then at the end of mango season last year, when we would have, pieces of rotten mango or scraps or skins, I spread those around the base of these newly planted trees too. So I don't know if that helps, but this really surprised me how quick Monty here, popped up once it went in the ground. And of course, Monty is a house variety.
Yeah, it's one of our varieties, and it was very popular. Like when it first came out, it was very popular, and it's one of those that a lot of, we have the plant actually available in even 1-gallon pots, but it's been very popular as far as a plant that people want to put in their own yard or garden.
And then the 1-gallon trees you can just order online. You don't even have to come in if you want, right? Of the Monty, we ship them. And
right now, because it's been so cold, I would really like to delay shipping
Sure.
until the weather gets better.
Sure.
But of course, you can stop by and like pick up your tree at the gate. It's easiest on Saturdays,
Yeah.
but if that doesn't work for you, we can usually meet you at the gate. At
And if anybody wants to find more information about Monty, not only on the webpage where you can order it describes it, but we've done other videos, right? So you just go to Truly Tropical on YouTube and search Monty, and you'll get a plethora of information, right?
Yep.
Alrighty. So this one here, this was a tree that was looking kind of sorry, and it had just a few leaves, and it just looked like it had been rode hard and put up wet. And so Chris gave it to me in a 7-gallon to put in the ground a little before the Monty, and I have tried to show it love, and it has made itself known to be ice cream.
Yep.
And it's not only that, but it's now putting ice cream fruit out.
And the weather's perfect for ice cream.
And yeah, it's making ice cream. If you saw this tree, it had some structural damage to some of the branches. It really, really was not doing well. And like I said, I kind of kept an eye on it, gave it a little love, make sure it got water, and it's just bounced back super, super quick. And then, of course, one of the reasons you can tell it's ice cream is because of the leaf patterns, right?
Yeah, very skinny leaves. There's at least one other variety of mango that has somewhat similar, but once you see the ice cream leaf a few times, then you know it.
Every now and then it looks a little like Pettigrew to me. Is that the one you're thinking of, or Malika maybe?
No, the Pettigrew is obviously a larger leaf, but similar shape.
Yeah. So then this one here, this was just a mystery mango. I don't remember, was this one, this one is grafted, I guess. But we don't know what this is. And again, when it was planted, it was in very bad shape. Everything that's on this hill, it's just a very steep hill of sand. So it's hard to keep water in place. It's hard to keep, things from getting swept away by the wind. But it also went in the ground about the time of the ice cream. It hasn't started pushing out any flowers or anything, but it's definitely recovered.
Yeah, I'm hoping that it is grafted. It's like that could be something else. It could be that it had another branch coming out of this.
That broke.
Yeah, that broke. They cut back or whatever. But no matter if it's a seedling or a grafted tree, eventually we'll be able to taste the fruit.
At this size, if it doesn't put out flowers or at least try in the next couple of years, that might be an indicator that it is actually a seedling, right?
Yeah.
Just because it takes seedlings so much.
With weather like this, it should inspire just about any plant to flower.
Yeah. But anyways, this first one that I'd planted, which actually has some fruit on it, is a P22. This was in a 25-gallon pot, and it was one of the first ones I put in the ground here, and it had a lot more fruit on it. Obviously, you can see that a lot of that's been stripped away, but very long panicles for such a small tree.
Yeah, it sort of looks like I'm trying to think of the like some television show ages ago that had like these weird looking things in it.
Vines or something.
Yeah.
Looks like it's trying to push out a little bit more growth or flowers too.
Yeah.
But I've only tasted 1.5 P22s. And so I really want to get a really properly ripened one to taste to get a firm opinion of. The first one I tasted was clearly underripe, and the second one was just kind of the backside of an overripe mango. So it just kind of tasted like an overripe mango.
So you needed to have a bite of each at the same time
to balance out. Yeah, absolutely. This one, like I was saying, was the last one I planted. It had gotten in the ground and really was not feeling like I was giving it enough water initially. And so the leaves did dry up. It was a big tree, 25-gallon tree. Leaves did start drying up. I redoubled my effort to water it, make sure it stayed nice and moist, and it is now pushing out flowers just like everybody else.
Yeah, it's like going along with the crowd.
So it's not, to me, and you have a lot more experience than I do, to me it's not got a distinct enough growth habit or leaf pattern right now to have any idea what it is, but it is clearly a grafted tree, right?
Yeah, and we should have a lot better idea once it produces a fruit.
And these all have gotten a boost of K-Meg, so to try to encourage that as well. This one here is a little bit of a mystery. He's really trying to put out a fruit. This is the one that I suspect is the fruit we tasted last year off the one branch that was supposed to be Kuklong Krong. That one mango that I was just nuts for. We kind of looked at where the scions came from, and we thought it might have been, and correct my pronunciation, Shirazima. Is that close or right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're thinking, yeah, and that's approximately the pronunciation.
So I went down and got some of the scion wood from that variety and grafted this tree up. I grafted a couple of them so that not only could we have an established full tree of that variety, because it was insanely delicious, but also we could compare it to the branch that you have to see if that really is that variety.
So it's like school again, compare and contrast.
Exactly. And I'm hopeful for it, but it did make one little bitty fruit so far. So this one here, this one is also kind of an unusual scenario. I brought this one with me from Bradenton. It's one of about 7 that I grafted of this variety. Someone I knew when that lived close to me in Bradenton before I moved over here had a ex-fiance or something that owned a house that was not lived in, and everybody in like 2 or 3 neighborhood block would steal fruit from this tree. And it was a very old, unkept, very tall tree. And the house was going to either be wrecked or that lot was going to be wrecked, but the tree was going away. And I had one chance to get grafting material from it. And so I grabbed everything I could and tried to graft everything I could. Some of it even came off of wood that had been cut off the tree days earlier. And I ended up getting a total of 7 of them. I gave the person that showed me the tree most of them. I don't know how we're not in contact anymore, so I don't know how those are doing. But this was one of the 2 that I ended up with. And the fruit that I had off of it, to me, it looked like potentially a Hayden descendant. It had a little bit of a look like a Bailey's Marvel, but it multiple colors on it and about that size. It has a classic mango flavor, and the first one I got had been refrigerated 2 different times before it got to me for protracted periods, and there was no internal breakdown. It still tasted really good. And so that aspect of it, as well as the fact that it is so loved by the people in the neighborhood, made me really intrigued. And so I K-Megged it a second time, and it looks like it is pushing out flowers. So it got a really good watering last night, just to try to help protect it from the cold particularly. But this is one I've been looking forward to for years. There's actually a little bit more developed flower right there. And so I'm eager to taste this one and see what it's like. So this is the ice cream. So right down here would be the next row. These 2 here were mystery babies. They had lost their tags. Believe it or not, this was in a 25-gallon pot less than a year ago. It hasn't done a ton of growing. It was just this big in a 25-gallon pot. And it's also pushing out flowers on some panicles right now. But unless you have some guess as to what it might be, as right now, it's a mystery.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can find out real soon as far as like during this coming mango season. Because the fruit makes it a lot easier to figure out what variety it is.
This one was kind of an oops on my part. Also planted about the same time, also in a 25-gallon pot. Very, very nice tree. And I'm like, well, it's a mystery mango. Let's get it in the ground. And I was showing you afterward the tree, and you reached in and found the tag, and the tag says fruit punch. And so I just planted a fruit punch tree. Now that was one of my favorite mangoes last year.
Yeah,
It was
very nice variety.
insanely delicious.
So,
And-
such a good variety that I made another tree of.
yes, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
And it's big.
Yeah, a big. You top worked another tree of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and
We had one lady just beating down the door every week for fruit punch, and I think that she ended up with the last one off the primary tree. And but yeah, I loved fruit punch last year. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you never know with this weather and everything, but I'm hoping for a very good fruit punch year because of that other top work is quite big, and so.
Well, and the primary tree
Is, yeah.
is just covered with flowers as well. So this one here, I liked how it looked. And we don't have a full buttercream tree that I know of. So this is buttercream. And it is got so far a very stocky growth habit. It makes really a nice spread. The natural growth habit is just super nice on it, and it's starting to push out. This was a small 3-gallon and planted less than a year ago, and it's starting to push out what looks like might be mixed bloom. I've yet to have the pleasure of tasting buttercream, but I hear it's very good, and I hear it's a very large fruit, and the tree stays fairly small. So
my only problem with buttercream is the name.
the name.
You know, I don't want to taste butter in a mango, and so that's. But it, it refers to its smooth texture, but still,
not the best yet.
No.
Some of them are not the best name, but the idea of an excellent tasting mango that has a beautiful growth habit, stays small, and makes big fruit, I mean, sounds like a winner to me. So this one here is another one of my little baby experiments. This is a version of Alfonso called Bennett Alfonso, or Bennett's Golden Alfonso. While Super Alfonso is not physically related to Alfonso, this is. So a lot of our customers love Alfonso. Alfonso has a reputation for the tree growing okay, but the fruit not being very productive, right?
Yeah, and in fact, our primary Alfonso tree, I have top worked part of it, and one of the reasons I did that was I thought perhaps having another variety on that would increase the productivity of the Alfonso. Jury's still out on that.
On whether that worked or not. So this is not a new discovery. This tree has been around for a very long time in Florida, but it is considered a version of Alfonso that is almost to completely identical in flavor, but has a reputation for much better productivity here in Florida. So I thought it'd be a great tree for us to try out. And then if it looks like I mean, right now it's just pushing out crazy amounts of flowers for just having been in the ground a short period of time as well. So the hope is this could be a potential answer to all our customers that love Alfonso, but they don't get a lot of the fruit. And then if it works out well, it'd be a tree we could sell to people that want Alfonso but are worried about the reputation. So the background to where I got the scion from this, I got it from Julian at Laura Farms, Miami, and he sent me an extra one, but I ordered scions just through the webpage. And when they came, I grafted them all, and this was the only one that started to survive. But the graft union had started to fail. So I cut it off and I grafted it to another tree. It continued to survive, but the graft union started to fail. This has been grafted 4 times over 6 months. The same scion to different rootstock until one finally took. But it's just, it was crazy to me that scion would limp along and stay alive on 4 different trees. It kept getting shorter, but eventually...
It's like that little engine that could.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, it was one of my favorites just because of the story behind it took 6 months to graft. So...
Yeah, some people are slower than others.
Yeah, case in point. This one here, I'm kind of fond of this tree. It's another one of the lost mango babies, but obviously a very mature tree, for being in a 25-gallon pot. It is one that as soon as it went in the ground started pushing out new growth, and it its eagerness to recover and start growing has made me fond of it. And then also, to me, this just looks like the best opportunity ever to add another variety. But Chris keeps discouraging me. She's like, it already is a variety. I'm like, you have how many trees that have how many varieties? It's like perfect. It's begging for another variety. But I haven't touched it.
Well, you just did touch it.
Yeah, exactly. So this is, again, another lost mango baby that's just getting established. And honestly, I think it's what, before it got cold, it was starting to push out new branches above the graft. So I think it's going to fill in really nicely. They just get a little stressed when they're that big in a pot, it seems like.
Yeah, it's hard to make all those roots happy because there's not enough soil for them.
Yeah.
They want to go out into the wilderness or whatever.
And that was something when I planted them, I was cognizant of the fact that some of these were potentially a little root bound. And so, I didn't try to damage any of the roots, but I definitely gently tried to loosen up the roots, especially underneath, and make sure that they had the opportunity to start growing out. So before we move on there's a little area here of a little experimental papayas that I'd started growing. It's really satisfying to grow papaya because of how quickly you get fruit from it. And some papaya have a reputation that people don't like how they taste. They have that kind of mustiness to them that some people don't like.
Yeah,
so,
it really there's a big variation in flavors in
there definitely
papayas.
is. Yeah,
so
there definitely
you have to fall in love with a variety that you can plant yourself or whatever.
Yeah, that you like the flavor of. So these are from all over everywhere I could get them from. Some are from California, some are from Hawaii, some are from Florida. The first one over here is one of the California varieties I just put in the ground. Considering how cold it was last night, I'm very hopeful for the rest of the papayas, because to me, papaya and banana are kind of the canary in the coal mine of cold temperatures. They're usually the first, to me, to show stress. This one here is a Hawaiian variety. A lady grows it in her yard, found it on Etsy. She just bragged about it, and it was like $2 for a bag of seeds. So there we go. It's here.
It took a bag of seeds to make one plant.
Yeah, I have others still. This is actually one that I bought from a professional seed company. And they're like, this variety has no males. This is either all of them are either female or hermaphrodite. Well, guess what? This is about as male as a papaya gets. So I've kind of left it in the ground. A lot of people will take a papaya that's a male out of the ground, but it's nice to have a pollinator. And if it is truly rare for this variety to have a male, I thought it might be something good to kind of cross with some of these.
Sure, yeah.
Then this is just another one of the ones. This is a red matador. It's a selection from the red mardals, which is used in a commercial variety. Should be a smaller grower, and the fruit is very uniform in size, uniform in flavor, and ships well. So that was one of the reasons it was a preferred variety. And then finally, this is a Thai dwarfing variety that I just really put in the ground about the same time, and it's really shot out of the ground. If this one grows as it should start flowering at about 3.5 foot tall and make large quantities of long, thin, almost cucumber-shaped papaya that are often used in green salads, but can eat and ripe as well. So that's not all of my experiments with the papayas, but that's the ones that are right here.
Turning into the papaya king here. Huh?
Well, I figured the varieties that taste good we can keep and sell at the gate and propagate, and the ones that aren't so great, since papayas are very temporary trees, we can whack them and put something else there. So.
Yeah, it's a short-term relationship with the trees. And,
exactly.
But yeah, as I've mentioned to you, it's like when I taste a papaya that I like, I usually plant the seed somewhere just to see if we can keep that
strain going.
Yeah,
going. While papayas they're not clones of the parent, from my understanding, they basically honor a group or a species, a closely related flavor profile. They're from the family. So you may not get, this is an ABC papaya. You may not get a perfect ABC, but it's going to taste like ABC. And I made that name up. So.
Oh, I was going to call that ABC.
Since we're right here, this was one of the smallest ones that I put in the ground that's already showing some new growth. We didn't have enough of the M4 around for my taste. So I don't know. Chris has her own secret, so I don't know where the rest of the M4 is on the farm. But my impression is that we only have a branch or two of it. Is that right?
Well, we have a big branch of M4 in one of the Haydens that add varieties to these. Hayden is a nice fruit, but there's so many varieties, and
Sure.
and you get to have to maximize the number of varieties you can get in some area, and so I do have a branch of M4 that makes pretty big fruit because of it
The
being
size of
old.
it, yeah.
With a young tree like this, you can get fruit at a fairly young age of the tree, but then it's going to be smaller.
Yeah.
And sometimes people,
Not always just full flavored.
some people do just think that it's going to be the same size no matter what the size of the tree is, but it's related to the size of the tree.
And this one was planted as a 3-gallon. It already went through some growth before it got chill. And then I did go ahead and top it in a staggered manner to try to encourage branching that'll balance the tree as it grows older. It's been my observation of the few M4s that I have a couple in a pot. They seem to, for me at least so far, have a really nice natural growth habit. They're very balanced, and I was just trying to encourage that. So that's why it's brown at the top, not because it's not healthy.
So the M4 gets its coconut flavor from Gary Mango.
Not personally.
Yeah.
Not Gary Zill.
Yes.
No,
Well,
he doesn't come in like.
Well, but Gary Zill is the Gary Mango.
Yes, I understand.
And Kit. And so.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. This is a Kit. One of its parents, so that's potentially one of the reasons it's later in the season too, because it is one of the
and bigger fruit
bigger fruit.
Yeah.
And so this is one of the new kids on the block for the late seasons because it's coconut. So as we go down the last couple rows of these mangoes, and there's still room for more, this here is a emerald. So I grafted it fairly recently. It was actually a fairly tall graft, but I had an emerald fruit 2 years ago, was the very first one I had, and I just thought it was insanely delicious. And so I got some scions, I grafted a few trees. This one was getting to where it kind of was a little lanky and needing to go in the ground, and to my knowledge, you have, a branch of emerald?
I don't know where it is right now.
Well, then it's good we have a tree now. Again, interesting, this tree was a 7-gallon, and it's already trying to push out flowers and fruit.
Yeah, the weather has just been perfect for flowers. It's it had some nice cold weather, and it just seems like everything's blooming.
Yeah, hopefully the cold weather helps the bloom instead of harming it.
Yeah, that would be good.
So this is one of the ugly duckling of the mystery mango babies. I don't know exactly where every single graft is, but I believe this is a multi-grafted tree. Just looking at the differences in bark, it looks like there might have been a failed graft there, but there's some blank tags over here, and it looks like this is obviously a successful graft here. The differences in the texture of the bark is very interesting to me, how this one is so rough and kind of peeling and then smooth on these others. So I don't know if that's just, that branch got damaged or if it's a different variety, but this is what I refer to as the ugly duckling multi-mango of the hill.
This does have a name on it for this one graft, but I can't make it out right now. Let's see, we have...
That was here.
This graft,
Yeah.
a nice multi-graft tree that at least 2 of the grafts have been successful. And this is dwarf Hawaiian. And then we have...
This one that has kind of the rough bark on it.
Oh, wait a second. This is the...
That's the one that you just found.
This is the Julie here. And then, its cousin here is dwarf Hawaiian.
Oh, okay. Well, Julie and dwarf Hawaiian are more than just cousins, right? They're related.
Yeah, I mean, cousins are usually related.
Well, but they're not related in the manner of a cousin would be to another cousin, but that's what I was saying.
Yes.
There was another graft here, but that one looks like that one has failed for now, so we don't know what...
And this one is successful, but not labeled, so...
We don't know what that variety is.
It has nice fruit on it, so hopefully it lasts.
So we know that the ugly duckling mystery hill mango is at least Julie and dwarf Hawaiian.
Yes.
So we're hoping that the other two grafts are kind of slower growing or smaller varieties, not, like Valencia Pride or something, right?
That would be nice.
It would be interesting. Yeah, it would be interesting growth. But so this here is a Giselle mango. As I understand, I've not tasted Giselle, but it got a lot of press, if you will, in the last year for being a very delicious variety. I think Indian flavor.
Yeah, it's sort of classic, and the fruit and the tree is fairly small, as I recall, and of course named after Gary Zill's wife, and so you don't name a rotten mango after your wife.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, I guess it depends on how you feel about your wife, but yeah, I mean, agreed. But this one I got as an impulse purchase when I was in Tampa before I had brought it over here, and it has a reputation to be a vigorous grower. And but this one was a 3-gallon, and it's been in the ground for a while, and I've had the potted tree for a while, so it's healthy and everything. But so far, it hasn't been super vigorous. There are some looks like flowers coming out on it as well. It's a little small to be holding fruit, it seems like. But I was walking through the Tampa Asian nursery, really nice nursery there in Tampa. I enjoyed going to when I lived on that side, and they had just put these out, and they were charging like $30 for a little bitty 3 gallons. I'm like, it's an impulse purchase, so I just bought it. And so.
Yeah, I have a Giselle that is smaller than that, and it hasn't been growing very quickly, but it could be that you give yours more water and
they're as close to a garden hose.
Yes.
I'm taking care of many fewer than you are, so agreed. But yeah, I'm honestly just a little surprised with the reputation of it having a fairly high vigor that this one hasn't kind of just exploded more. But it could be one of those things where it catches up as it gets older. I guess Sugarloaf has a reputation for growing kind of slow when it's younger and then kind of being a medium growth habit for the rest of its life. So who knows?
Yeah.
Then I guess we can talk about this one. This one is another mystery. As you can see, there is a natural...
there's a natural connection between this tree and this one.
Yeah, there is. I noticed that yesterday when I was watering. There was some very ingenuity-oriented spider that made a web. I wondered if it
because all the way along, I mean, it's very hard to see.
But all the way between the two trees, and these are at least 18 foot apart. So I don't know if it started the web, crawled down, walked over, and then back up, or how it does that.
That's how they all do it.
But yeah, I noticed that yesterday when I was watering these. So again, this was another 25-gallon that we had up front. The tag had fallen off. Didn't know what it was, and so we put it in the ground, and it's again flowering and as happy as can be. Now you'll notice in the rest of the side here, haven't planted anything. There is, as you see right now, it's late in the afternoon. There's a lot of shade in this area, and pretty much year-round, right? There's some shade.
The neighbors, unfortunately, don't believe in trimming trees, and
have some very large ones.
They planted fast-growing trees also. So this, is really unfortunate. It takes out a big section of our place as far as being a good place to plant fruit trees.
I've been trying to kind of rack my brain a little bit about what type of trees would be great to have here that do well with semi-shade. So if anybody has any suggestions.
If it gets any less sunshine, you just start growing mushrooms.
Yeah, full shade, yeah. Now, the one thing, I mean, it'll get even bigger than this, a very huge tree, but the rainbow eucalyptus, I have to say
that's a nice tree. And it actually doesn't make much shade. It's the tree behind it that's making more shade, and then, of course, over here.
The density of those.
As I said, those are just very fast-growing trees that they put in, and unfortunately, when it's a fast-growing tree, it's also very brittle. So if we get a good storm going through, it could just whack all sorts of things on the side of the fence.
Absolutely. And then you've got some mangoes that you're growing over there that would be taken out as well. So this one here, I don't remember how we finally determined what it was, but it is a fruit punch. I didn't know that when I put it in the ground, so now there are 2 more fruit punch in the ground. But when this one was put in the ground, the graft is a little higher, I think, on this one. It had a little damage on it, so we went ahead and decided it was ready for the ground. And I don't remember exactly how we figured it out, but I was sure enough that I put a tag on it. Again, I love fruit punch, so I don't think it's a problem. So.
Yeah, it is very nice variety.
And then this was the last one that we put in the ground. I only did this about 6 weeks ago. Before the cold snap, it was already trying to push out some flowers. It looks a little limp there. But this was Jahender, or Jahanger? Jahanger. And so this was one that there is a full mature tree up on the hill, right? Mm-hmm. And the fruit is really pretty popular. And so you thought it'd be good to have another one.
Yeah, it's a very nice variety, and the only thing that I've found a little bit tricky about this variety is like knowing when to pick it, and basically all of a sudden the fruit start falling, and
so it's
yeah, it's like those signs you've just hit a bump,
So the skin stays real dark or fairly green. It doesn't change color or anything like that, right?
And fortunately, it didn't seem like much damage happened when it did fall.
Gotcha.
The tree, it's I think a reputation for being semi-dwarf.
Yes.
And so that makes distance to the ground being less. Yeah.
But part of the reason I was saying that it stays green is because that kind of makes it a little deceptive on when to pick it, right? Because it's not changing colors or giving you other clues. This was one that very productive, semi-dwarf, and I've kind of recommended along with like Little Gem as potentially good choices for a front yard because they do stay green and they kind of hide their fruit a little bit. Mm-hmm. I think although the color changes to a bright color, I think Tess Pollock kind of hides its fruit too, and it's got a dense canopy to it. But again, I know it turns yellow. Mm-hmm. But some trees seem to have some factors that could be better for growing in a front yard and not getting your fruit stolen. And so this was one of those that, now it is a mid-late season, right?
Yeah, I guess that.
I'm trying to remember like last year when we started having them. So.
Yeah, I would say it's in the mid-season, but maybe the
later in the mid-season.
Yeah.
Well, Har had always said like early, mid, late, and late. So I kind of put it like right there. So this was Har's words, not mine.
Those are your fingers, though.
They are my fingers. Very cold blue fingers. Yes. The only other thing I was going to say down here that I've been kind of nursing along is it is in kind of a low spot with a lot of shade, and you've got some bananas over here, which are looking a little rough after last night. But there was a really nice 25-gallon Hippolito Caimito. And so you had me put in 2 in the ground. The other one's a 15-gallon up on the other side of the property. But this is my lazy man's watering. So I just walk over and turn the knob, and then it does its thing, and then I turn the knob off. It had already dropped a few leaves just from stress. It was recently planted. I watered the heck out of it last night before the cold snap. It seems to be looking okay considering what it looked like before the cold snap. I don't know if you know anything about the cold tolerance of Caimito in general or Hippolito in particular.
No, I do not. I don't think that there's any difference between the different varieties. But I did discover something is they actually don't like a lack of water.
Yeah, they sure don't. Yeah, not just Hippolito, but yeah, they do not like a lack of water. Yeah, you can tell that they're, naturally got a brown under the side of the leaf and then green on the top. It's actually really pretty. But if these get drought stressed at all, the leaves turn over, curl up, fall off. It ends up looking like a bad hair job. But
as long as they've got a good root system, they'll come back. Because we had a large Caimito tree that had it had some issues with getting too big, and we cut it way back, and then it wasn't happy, but it came back.
I think then not only did it come back, because we did a video on cutting the tree back, it had fruit on it the next year, right?
Yeah, not a lot.
Not a lot, but we cut all of it off, but but it actually was strong enough that it produced fruit. There was I don't know what the variety is, but up where the Dupuis avocado is now, there was another Caimito initially in the ground there that I tried to water and keep healthy, and I treated like and it just insisted on dying. And so hopefully in this lower area and with less sun, this one will do a little better. But like you said, this hill is a harsh environment to grow in.
Yeah, it's got, you know, a lot of different types of situations going from all the way up the hill to the down. And, you know, not only with the shadows from the trees and such, but also where the water accumulates and, you know, all sorts of things. So it's sort of, the front part of the grove is a lot easier because everything's pretty much level.
Yeah.
But this is like, just needs a little special attention.
A little bit of a new frontier, but there is plenty of room for more trees.
We have to be able to turn around the tractor at some point. You know.
There's at least one more row that can go in.
We're in the southwest part of the grove here. We've got mango trees all along the back fence. We have some bananas. This one is especially tall.
Yeah. Looking a little sorry after last night, though.
Yeah, the bananas are not looking near ready, and some of them look like they might have gotten cold damage, but I have faith in most of them actually maturing. But yeah, the cold weather and the wind, it was a bad combination for these. But we have bananas there, also bananas on this particular tree here. And this one looked like it might have made some bananas, but they didn't fully develop.
And the flower's still on there. I've never seen that before like that.
Yeah, it's just very odd. Okay, so here's a jaboticaba tree. It is rather large. It's been in the ground for a while and actually produced fruit already. So hopefully we'll get some fruit from it this season.
So now, is this the small leaf? Or no, I'm thinking miracle fruit. My bad. So is this the original jaboticaba type that has the black fruit?
The sabra, yeah.
Okay, the sabra. Okay, I don't know a lot about the jaboticabas yet. So
and then we have some mango seedlings here, which, if we're really patient, someday maybe we'll taste fruit from them. They look like they're happy here, but it does take a while for seedlings to produce fruit. Looks like we have bananas, and I'm guessing that bananas that we had might have actually popped up on the other side of the fence here too. I don't think the neighbors would have planted it there because of the other trees being all around. But yeah, the bananas, you know, they do send out suckers, and so you get the next generation of bananas, hopefully anyway, as long as a big storm doesn't come your way. We've got just a lot of little families of bananas in here. And one that went boom, unfortunately. It looks like it's...
Oh, it fell over.
It looks like it's a recent collapse. It might have been from that big high wind. And I think we could probably plant it again. It's got roots and everything. We just need to put it in a little deeper hole so that it will hold it in. But
with bananas, as long as you get part of the root, when you dig it up, they usually take, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course you have to keep it stable because nothing is going to be happy if it wiggles around on its roots.
Sure.
We have miraculous fruit here. It's a miracle fruit. So
now this is the bigger leaf, bigger fruit, right?
Yeah, and it's an attractive plant.
Yeah.
You know, of course, it takes a while to get to this
fairly
size.
Slow growing.
Yeah, fairly slow growing. This says sapodilla, looks like.
Like an Alano, you think, or?
I don't believe it's Alano. I don't think I put that back here. You know, could be, but I'm just guessing not.
Now, is this a jackfruit?
It is.
I didn't know you had a jackfruit back here. So, known variety seedling. Its growth habit is of a grafted tree because, you know, seedling jackfruit grow very straight up and down.
Yep. We'll have to wait until we get fruit
Wait
from
to
it.
get the fruit to find out. Oh,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we need to describe, when
Yeah,
we're planting
yeah.
things, because when the focus is of getting a lot of stuff in the ground,
Sure.
and then of course I'll remember that.
Yeah, I do that too. Yeah.
And here's another sapodilla. Got a lot of jackfruit and mango trees, but this one is a moreno sapodilla, and that has gotten a lot of people who've tasted a lot of varieties like this one the best.
Yeah, I agree. The Alano, yes, has a reputation for being everybody's favorite, but no, the Murano and
They do have different seasons.
Oh, sure.
And so that, there's reason to have more than one variety. But yeah, the butterscotch was really, like everybody wanted that a few years ago. It's still, fairly popular, but it seems like the tide shifts as far as what, what's hot.
trendy and hot. Yeah. I like Hacia very well too, but this is probably my favorite that I've tasted. I've not tasted butterscotch, so I can't comment on that one, but yeah, very yummy fruit. And we've got
an avocado.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't realize that you'd snuck a little avocado in there, and it's putting out flowers too. Now, would this likely be a seedling?
I don't believe so. I don't,
Because it's big. Wow.
Yeah, there were a couple of avocado trees that came with the property. And so, there's some that are really huge. We have trimmed them, but that was a while ago.
Yeah, it's kind of masked by this mango tree in front, but that's a big avocado to have been hiding back there.
Well, look up here.
Oh, good grief. Wow.
Yeah, that's one of the original ones.
Yeah, I was going to say, how have I not seen fruit off these? Do you get fruit regularly off these? Because I don't remember seeing fruit on these.
Yeah, we have gotten fruit off of them. We don't do anything special, and so if we treated them better, I think we'd get more fruit.
Sure.
Yeah,
I'm kind of curious to see what they make now.
Avocado.
Well, yeah, but hopefully it's not like a choquette. I'm going to make a bunch of enemies here. Choquette is yucky. I don't like choquette. It's very popular in the area.
Yeah, we've got some bloom
there's
going
blooms all
on
over.
here, so that's nice.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. Yeah, I can see now where it's been trimmed and topped a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that makes them look small is the huge neighbor trees.
Yeah.
We use that as a size reference. But yeah, a lot of mango seedlings in this area. They had a very big Hayden in this general area, and I top worked some of it, but it's been a long time since that's happened, so I can't be held responsible for what I put on.
Well, I was going to say, I don't do impersonations, but here's my impersonation of another YouTuber. So how far are these planted apart from each other? So the
stone's throw between.
Yeah, the point is these produce fruit and they're healthy, and this is a very large hedge. And it's on the back side of where sun comes.
Yeah, they would be a lot more productive if that tree went away from the neighbors. But that's
now, as I understand it, there's some good varieties or good seedlings or something interesting happening in this area.
There's all sorts of things in this area. Yeah, I did top work some of the seedlings. Didn't mark them, so
Well, there was one, it seems like last year we were getting fruit and there was one variety back here that was kind of an unusual, it wasn't cabeza, it was...
well, I have cabeza back here and...
maybe that was
it. That could have...
That might have been.
Yeah.
It's been grafted up front now too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But these are mostly just experiments and, things like that.
Yeah, I mean, I had a plan for trees a while ago, and then I had more trees, and they just went wherever we could put them.
Now, this is the Karen Michelle?
There is one of the trees.
But then there's a little seedling too.
Yeah,
right?
There's one of the trees that's Karen Michelle, and so when we get fruit this year, I will paint Karen Michelle on that.
The part of that tree.
I thought that they were all Karen Michelle, but maybe your seedlings or something.
Of a combination.
Yeah.
Looks like they're putting out flowers for fruit. Here's a huge dragon fruit.
Yeah. This used to be a huge royal palm, and I really like palms. Not just eat the hearts or anything like that, but it's just a nice kind of plant. But this was so big and so tall that it was putting the plants underneath it in danger because
Gotcha.
the fronds were being very heavy.
Yeah, and dropping.
And so I had someone cut back the palm, and then I had this empty large pot that I cut the bottom out of and used that to make a little skirt around it, so that the dragon fruit needs to root into some soil, so that gave it its soil, and then it climbed up the tree, and now it should start making fruit.
Yeah, it should, because
it's a massive amount of stuff. And I had originally put on the varieties that I had in another area, which were Purple Haze and Haley's Comet. And then a wonderful customer from a little north of here brought a section of his dragon fruit. And so I've forgotten what variety that is, but it's among the
Mixed in too.
Mixed, yeah.
Now, I've noticed somewhere else there's a yellow dragon fruit. So is it a yellow variety, or do you not know yet?
Yeah, I don't know.
No,
This unfortunately haven't gotten fruit the last couple years. So.
And I've planted, I think, almost 12 different new varieties of dragon fruit on 4 or 5 different spots. So we should hopefully have.
Yeah, it should be really fun. I don't want to grow coconuts once they get big, because I feel like it's not worth the danger or the risk of climbing a ladder up the tree, and if the wind blows and it can shake the whole tree and such, and so once they get to a certain height, we just have started cutting them back, and so our coconut palms are also
turning into dragon fruit,
and that's your project.
Yeah. So there's some interesting varieties that I put in there. Some of the rarer varieties, and we have got cuttings from them and started rooting those in. And so there's quite a selection that we'll have. If there are folks that like dragon fruit, you should be able to get rooted dragon fruit from us pretty soon too.
Yeah, it's I like it a lot.
I do too.
It's just a very unique fruit, and it's nice to have something to do, at least in my case, with the coconut palms after they become too big. At first, what we were doing is cutting them at ground level, but now we let them stay 6 to 8 feet tall, and then have the dragon fruit growing up them. And so it's
supposedly dragon fruit only need about 4.5 foot of climb, and then when they bend over is when they'll start making fruit.
Right.
Yeah, I like dragon fruit a lot more after I realized you were supposed to peel it.
Yeah, it's that Midwest in you, huh?
Yeah, it's the Midwest. I didn't know.
So this is like the end of the tour here. There's stepping on dragon fruit there, Shannon.
I didn't see that. Sorry. They need us something to climb.
Yeah, they were on a tree that fell, and the tree was rotting and dead, but they were happy there for a while. But yeah, we have just different things going on. I've planted some seeds around here. Some of the things are grafted. We've got these were seedling trees here, and I've put a lot of mandalay on this tree. I like that variety quite a bit, and this I'm not sure what the tree will be. It should have another variety on it eventually, but the mandalay is, I think, what the flowers we're seeing now.
At the top. And the mandalay is available in 1 gallon on the website right now, right?
Yeah, it is. And that was a variety that Maurice Kahn brought into the U.S. And
so in these areas where there's just a bunch of little seedlings, now you utilize the seedlings once they're big enough to use as graft material on bigger trees to try new varieties. Is that what's happening here? Because these are so close together? And
yeah, I mean, basically, when I have interesting seeds, I like to put them somewhere. Sometimes I forget about them. Sometimes something happens, like, somebody steps on them or something. Yeah.
Or gently mows around them.
But yeah, I mean, I try to, I'm not going to plant a turpentine seed.
Sure. I did for grafting to the top of, but
right, but not.
Yeah, just for experimental purposes.
Yeah, not to be the.
And I noticed, like on the top of the hill here, kind of all across, it looks like you've recently spread out like pelletized sulfur.
Yeah, sulfur is definitely a good thing to put on for. Well, we have just sand, and so it does help with. And of course, adding the sulfur to the sand changes the pH a little bit.
That's what I was kind of curious about is, because if you do use sulfur, because there's two different types of sulfur, right? There's sprayed sulfur for one purpose, and then ground application sulfur. And the ground application sulfur can, especially in larger quantities, if it's not watched, significantly change the pH of your soil, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so you don't want to overdo on that.
It's a good thing in moderation. Yeah, absolutely. Or have your soil tested so you know what it needs before you put a bunch of amendments on it. Some people call and ask about, fertilizers, and I'm like, maybe you should test your soil so you know you're getting what you need.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do. I mean, it's not. And you can even send in leaf samples, and then because a tree might be struggling and you don't know what to do, kind of thing. The soil is a big part of the success of the tree.
And here you know what the soil is. It's sand, so there's no guessing. So you know what it needs. But
it needs everything basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then we have just a few more things. This is a multi-graft thing. I just it was a seedling tree, and so I put some varieties on here just to eventually get fruit. I haven't gotten fruit from them yet, but that's that. And then I've top worked one of these trees, I think it's the one in the back, to one of our like a variety that seemed like it was pretty good, that is a house variety, and so I wanted to give it another spot.
Now this one is flowering really well. I think I know what this one is.
Yeah. This is one of the oldest trees actually in the grove.
I was curious. I was curious if that
and
was
this there was a guy that I knew the family that the father was George Matthews, and he was selling his house, and the person buying it didn't want fruit trees.
That's crazy. Crazy talk.
Crazy. And so he asked me if I wanted, and I'm like, okay. And so we dug it up and brought it over here. And this is a Valencia Pride. And so it is, I have Valencia Pride in other parts of the grove, but it's a nice variety.
And it made a lot of fruit last year. A reason I knew it was specifically because it dropped spoiled or damaged fruit, and I would collect them and go put them around the base of the newly planted trees to give them some nutrition. So you might have saw them like disappearing. That's where the ones that were spoiled went.
Oh, here I thought it was rue that was.
Yeah, exactly.
So that was quite a tour there of the back.
Especially in the cold temperature and the shade. Yeah.
And the wind.
And the wind, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good time to be going back inside since it's late in the day.
And the sun is setting on the second of 2 dangerously cold days here in southern Florida, right?
Yeah, it has been unusually cold, but fortunately you were able to, wrap yourself in something a little bit warm, and me too. So, but I appreciate your going around the back of the grove with us, and
absolutely,
and most of your comments.
Most of my comments, yeah. I know, I get it.
But anyway, thank you, Shannon.
Yeah, thank you for having me.